To order, welcome to the second day of the two-day 2025 City Council retreat.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. Welcome back to day 2 of your retreat. The way we're going to start this morning is by taking a little bit of time to reflect. We have, as you all know, a pretty packed agenda with some really important topics that you all have asked for staff to come and present to you on. But before we get into those topics, I want to take a few moments to reflect on what you all collectively sort of agreed upon were the ways you wanted to spend your time in the next 6 months. Because I wanted to, and I've got them up here in a more cleaned format than yesterday. I'm going to read through them. I've added a little bit based on what I actually saw you all doing together during your time on Friday. And would be curious to hear from folks if there's ways that you want to make sure that we are able to do any of these specific actions today during the retreat that you haven't had a chance to do yet. So you sort of reflected individually and then collectively identified themes around how do we want to spend our time in the next 6 months. You said coordinating and collaborating as a council. You said collecting and understanding city data and national trends, and this came up many times yesterday. What data do we have as a city, and what data is there from partners that we can use to drive our decisions? Leveraging your individual strengths and backgrounds. I know I heard from many of you sharing your experiences in different ways that you think can lend to the strength of the group. Staying close to the ground, making sure you're hearing from the community. Taking care of yourselves so you can better serve the community, whether that's having something to eat, taking a nap, or sleeping well at night. And then successfully navigating disagreement and difficult conversations. And this one is fully one that I added, but I heard several of you really mention it outright, and I think successfully you did that yesterday with your public comment conversation where there wasn't full consensus, but everyone was able to have a conversation about something where you might not all have agreed and found the similarities that you had and were able to also express the differences without it becoming something that broke you all apart in the discussion. So those are the areas in which you've all identified you want to spend your time, and I'm curious if any of that feels like something you want to make sure we stress during today's retreat as something you would like to do that we haven't done yet.
Can you repeat that question again?
Yeah. So this is what you want to spend your time together as a council doing. And if there's anything that we may not have gotten the chance to do yesterday, so I know I saw coordinating and collaborating as a council, hearing data from staff and using it to drive the direction that you wanted to give them, leveraging your individual strengths. So I know, for example, your background, you've shared several times in the conversation yesterday about what you see, and I know several others did that as well. Hearing from the community and using that to drive your decisions, continuing to take care of yourselves. We're definitely going to give you breaks, so we'll take care of that one for you, and then successfully navigating disagreement. But curious if there's ways that you would hope to achieve that.
Yeah, there's only one item. I know I put it on for our homework, and there wasn't a place to discuss it, but one of the reasons why I ran for council was about the big ideas. And I think this region was driven by the big ideas. And as we look at strategic direction, there was no place for that conversation. I know it was on the board, but we never discussed it. So it may not be now, but to me that's something I am very passionate about. What drives this region, whether it's the bus rapid transit, Raleigh Union Station, downtown South, transformation of Hillsborough Street. There's an expectation, Red Hat Amphitheater, there's an expectation about the big ideas. So just for, it may not be today, but that's certainly an expectation I had that would like over the next few months for this council to spend some time on the big ideas.
Yes. And this can be, we won't have unlimited amount of time to do that, but if that would be something that the council would like to have a few moments to talk about, this would be a perfect time to do that before we get into presentation. So sort of talking about the reasons that you ran or that you re-ran or just the reasons you're sitting at this table that are big would be, we can absolutely talk about that now, and if there's themes that emerge, I can jot them down as well. So I encourage you to share if you would like to. And
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that the public really gets excited about. I don't want to be very specific, but certainly there were some opportunities. You know, Raleigh Magazine ran a feature about the big ideas and solicited ideas, and it was their top article. I mean, people were very excited to talk about, is it possible? We don't know, but just to aspire to some of the bigger things. For example, we talk about connection from downtown to Dix. It's a conversation. Is this a big idea we can execute? The transformation of Capitol Boulevard, which is so poised to have a high-density corridor with bus rapid transit or even light rail that would minimize any displacement of current residents, but offers a huge opportunity to really have a new vision for the city. So those are some. I don't want to dominate the conversation. So whether we have a Big Ideas Forum, which we did back in 2008 and in subsequent years, but to me, you know, I think residents get excited about the big ideas, the vision, where we're going. And so that's just something I'll put on the table without saying specifically what it is. We had a downtown south. What about a downtown north? We're all concerned about where density should go. And I think if we're very intentional about those locations, to me, that's something I think that'll excite, in my opinion, the residents, those that want to kind of support downtown and surrounding areas. And so that's just something I'm putting out in terms of some ideas.
thank you. Go ahead, Council.
Thank you so much for that, Councilor Silver. I think it's a big, important discussion to have. I want to balance that conversation and make sure that as we focus on downtown, we're also highlighting different areas of town that don't ever get the attention. So my area is Briar Creek. You know, we're that connection to Durham, and how are we talking with our regional partners to make sure that things like Go Raleigh, Go Durham, Go everything, go all that stuff that meets up there in Briar Creek is easy access for everyone, because right now it's not. So I emphasize what you're saying, and I also want to make sure that we make sure the focus doesn't always stay on downtown, and we have other areas of town.
Thank you. I'm just adding, and folks are welcome to join in if you want to share anything else. So I think one thing that I'm hearing, and I think is really an important role of council, is having the vision and the big ideas in mind that you can provide and share for staff to help you achieve those. I mean, some big ideas are big ideas because they're probably hard to achieve, but someone has to drive a vision, and for you all, you really are the ones that are identifying the vision for the organization and the city. Yeah.
I'll just add a couple other big ideas, and these are really citywide, focused on our environmental resources. So we've had discussions about our creeks and streams and their impairments, erosion, and I know we're going to have some great data coming out soon this spring, I believe, to really show where we need to add some protections to our stream corridors, and so I hope that is an issue that we take on. And we've continued to work on tree preservation and planting plans. There is an effort right now within the Parks Board, the SWAT team, which is Councilmember Jones or someone. Could you help me with it?
Something wildlife and urban trees, sustainability, wildlife and urban trees.
Committee, thank you. Yes, they are working on a planting and preservation plan for trees with our Parks Department, and so I'm really excited to see what that looks like to, again, preserve and plant trees in our public right-of-ways and parks across the city.
I think we've, just in terms of capturing, there was Briar Creek to Durham, so very specific. Then there was downtown to Dix, was another specific.
I don't want to get ahead of you while you're writing.
Yeah, I know. I
but-
just wanted to make sure she captures all
Yeah,
the ideas that
totally.
came before we had anything up there.
Specific to my,
Tree preservation. So, yeah.
specific to my district, a big idea I've been trying to activate and mobilize around is activation of Triangle Town Center. In my wildest dreams, it could have green space and a government node and affordable housing and retail and all the things, because it's a huge area of land. and I think could be a great node for people who live in the northern part of the city. I'll also say, like, when we talk about coordinating and collaborating as a council and leveraging our strengths, if you ever need someone who's a small ideas girl, like, I'm your gal. Like, I'm gonna read that whole memo, like, very process oriented, and I know that there's other people on the council who have, like, very vast networks, and I think we can use, like, play to each other's strengths to do some of these things.
And one of the bigger ideas that I campaigned on was this reorientation towards greenways, so activating greenways inspired by the Atlanta Beltline.
One thing I wanted to mention is that, because I could list some more ideas as well, but I know on February the 5th, there's a big Ideas Raleigh meetup event that's sold out, and anything that we have ideas for, we need the community, we need, the professionals to be a part. So I think, I really look for the readout of this event on February the 5th, so that we can really have this big ideas from a community standpoint, because we have to have that buy-in, because there's no way we can pay for all of these big ideas ourselves. So I think having the partners that come out of this meetup on February 5th at
And yeah, Councilor Branch, I'm not aware of that event, so.
I Googled it. That's how I figured it out, and it's on the city website. I just Googled big
Okay.
ideas.
Well, maybe we should distribute some information
Yeah.
so we know there's.
Yeah.
It's run by the Office of Education, so we can get you all into it, just let me know.
Perfect. So it sounds like your office is trying to make the event. They'll get you all the information about that.
City website.
February 5th.
So not to bust that bubble, but I think that's a good collaboration efforts.
Just a small idea. I'm aware that we're going to lose some pickleball courts temporarily here at Method Park during construction. At least that's what I've heard. If that's true, I just want to make sure that we are thinking about where are we going to provide that space and increase capacity around the city for pickleballs. I know it's a really popular sport and it's incredibly accessible.
Well, the only thing I would say is, if we're talking about big ideas, it would be good to catalog in the past what big ideas have been, and then have we actually executed on those, because to ask people for ideas if we're not making progress or could be discouraging.
And I'd just like to add that the idea of big ideas, I don't think means that we always have to do something brand new that's expensive. It's how are we utilizing our resources and making that a higher priority. That doesn't mean that we get something brand shiny new, but it just means that we're saying this is the focus and here's the resources that we have to make that a bigger idea. So I don't think it necessarily has to look like it's all dollar signs.
What is listed here aligns with the priorities that were already discussed yesterday, so it's not adding new
Yeah, the
priorities.
first big idea back in 2008, it was just to have a conversation about making new history. This region was known. Research Triangle Park, that was a big idea. Did it fulfill what the original idea was? We don't know. That's where the idea for Downtown South was conceived at the 2008 Big Ideas. But if we go down, transformation of Moore Square, transformation of Hillsborough Street, the creation of Midtown, all these started as a big idea. Did the Capitol Boulevard, it just ended up with a change to the P Street intersection. But it started with a conversation because people wanted to have a vision about, at that time, Raleigh was just, it'll do, and it was to aspire to be a greater city. And so part of it is a conversation. Dix, for example, was another big idea. So I think that as you explore, as someone suggested, to catalog those big ideas, you'll find out that this region was really built on big ideas. And so it's how do we have a conversation about what is possible? Light rail was a big idea. It didn't happen. Now we have bus rapid transit, but it just helps that conversation. And the last one I'll mention was the Raleigh Union Station, when people said it could not happen, and now it is a regional hub that is growing. Those all started with big ideas. We also like small ideas, but I think that's what gets the public excited about what is possible for our city, and it attracts tourists, it attracts business, and it makes a sense of civic pride for our residents.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone want to share any other thoughts before we sort of move on? Sounds like there's also definitely a next step, at least in the very near future, with the conference and some opportunities to see what the residents and the community are saying about big ideas as well. So, and I'd imagine there's some partner organizations that will be there that can't do any big idea without a partner. Great. I'm not seeing anyone else. So with that, we are going to shift into your next agenda item. And so I'm going to have staff come up. Should be set for you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to talk about the state of housing in Raleigh, which I will briefly review, and updates on our affordable housing programs and strategies, which will be covered by my colleague, Emily Sutton, our Housing and Neighborhoods Director. Before we get into some details, let's level set. See if I can get this to work. Oh, that one. My apologies. Yeah, let's level set. We have a housing affordability crisis both in Raleigh and in most metro areas nationally, and that's due to changes in these four factors on the slide here: housing demand, housing supply, development costs, and household income. And I'll cover in turn how each of these have created our housing challenges here locally. In order to address the housing affordability crisis, there's really three areas of action needed. The first is to improve affordability of housing by increasing housing supply and availability. The second is to increase the number of income-restricted affordable units that are affordable to folks at low incomes. And the third is to address homelessness through evidence-based and data-driven practices. And I'm happy to report, as you all well know, that Raleigh is doing a lot in all three of these areas. I'll start with the biggest factor, which is increasing the supply of housing. Increasing the supply of housing is the biggest and most important factor in housing affordability, for the simple reason that over 90% of housing in our area and in most metro areas in the United States is market rate housing, meaning it's not committed to being affordable through a government program or nonprofit support or subsidy. So in order to address affordability in an area of very high demand for housing like Raleigh, market rate housing has to be abundant. When we talk about affordability of housing, we use the metric of a family spending no more than 30% of their monthly income on housing, which is a standard set by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And housing affordability, paying 30% or less of your income on housing, is a standard we apply to all households, right? We also look at it when we're looking at supporting low moderate income families, but really affordability for all is that 30% standard. When we talk about affordable housing versus affordability of housing, we mean housing that has support or subsidy from a government or nonprofit entity to keep the rent capped relative to household income for some fixed period, usually 30 years, but it can be less depending on the program. Most federal programs allow beneficiaries to be up to 80% of area median income, but most Raleigh programs are focused on 60% of area median income or below. It's not on the slide, but in Raleigh, 60% of area median income for a family of four is $73,380 in 2024. And that floats based on your household size. I will also note that Raleigh has one of the biggest increases in household income in the country. And because of that, we have significantly more market rate housing that is considered naturally occurring, meaning it's not subsidized but is market rate, that is affordable to a larger percentage of our population because of this increase in income in 2024 than we did in 2022. And this is due both to new housing supply and increased incomes. So we talked about these four factors. that impact affordability, and collectively these have pushed rents in Raleigh up approximately 50% since 2017. The biggest factor, as I said earlier, pushing these changes is demand to live in Raleigh. We are the second fastest growing metro area in the country behind Austin, Texas. You all have all seen the Milken Institute designation of us as the highest performing metro region economically in the country out of over 400 metro regions. Because of these factors, growth is very likely to continue. Demand to live in Raleigh is directly translated into land values. Not so much property values, because that looks at the improvements, but land values, which have risen dramatically. So the map here, it's a little difficult to see, but shows land value changes from 2014 to 2024. So you can see that the valuation increases have been across the community, but have been really concentrated in those areas. Inside the Beltline, many of those neighborhoods were historically more affordable, home to community of color, and have now experiencing high demand and extremely high elevating land prices. The second key factor is housing supply. Until 2021, 55% of all land in Raleigh and over 70% of our residentially zoned land was zoned exclusively for single-family housing. Single-family housing is and will remain a key part of our housing supply, but it's the most expensive housing type and doesn't fit everybody's needs and preferences. Third, construction costs have exceeded inflation since 2020, and we all know how much inflation has occurred since 2020. Although these prices have stabilized recently, material costs are about 20% on average more costly than they were just 5 years ago. And finally, income and income inequality are a huge factor. I mentioned the significant increase in household income in Raleigh. That increase has been largely concentrated, as this slide depicts, in the upper quartile of income, meaning the top 25%, and especially in the highest decile, top 10%. This has made it more difficult for folks below the area median income to compete for housing availability. So all of these factors collectively, I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm going the wrong way. All of these factors collectively have led to the amount of income needed to afford an average home. And when I say average, this is 30% of market average. So this is not even at the median home, to more than double in 18 months. From mid-2020 to early 2022, you needed about $40,000 of income. In early 2020, by the middle part of 2022, you needed over $80,000 to afford that home. So we as local government have very limited control of these factors, and that's an important point to remember. The only factor we have significant influence over are the regulations, which are identified as restrictive zoning regulations on this slide, and they're a key factor in accelerating housing prices. Raleigh, with the 2009 comprehensive plan, led by your colleague, Councilmember Silver, and the 2013 Unified Development Ordinance, undertook a huge step in allowing much needed housing supply by creating mixed-use zones and activity centers across the city that allowed apartment buildings to be built where they were not previously allowed. And that led to thousands and thousands of units, desperately needed supply. And that has been a major component of us keeping relatively more affordable than a lot of our peer cities, even though, of course, we have seen a big increase in housing prices. But since those high housing prices persisted and housing scarcity was still in effect, the 2019 council asked staff to look at ways to increase housing supply, and what we identified was the opportunity to expand what's called missing middle housing. So that refers to housing like townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, quads, small apartment buildings, smaller than a 4 or 5 story apartment building, but more than a single family detached home. So these are housing types that proliferated prior to our modern zoning codes built prior to World War II. We see them in a lot of our in-town neighborhoods that were developed prior to World War II. They allow for gentle, incremental, context-sensitive housing diversity in existing neighborhoods to meet the large demand for folks who want to live in a neighborhood but can't afford or don't want a single-family home. So The purpose stated for these changes is on the slide here. And it really boils down to allowing more housing types and more places and to encourage housing near our planned bus rapid transit routes. The success of high-frequency transit is directly dependent on having enough riders that live within walking distance of transit. That usually means no more than a half mile, preferably a quarter mile. So in addition to just allowing more housing in more places, allowing housing for folks at all incomes and all points in their life cycle, we wanted to encourage it near bus rapid transit. The effort to reform zoning in Raleigh to allow more housing supply goes back to 2017, as shown on this slide, and it evolved into two major efforts in 2021 and 2022, which you see as Missing Middle 1 and Missing Middle 2, that allowed for a number of changes. There were 11 key changes. I won't spend the time to go into these in detail, but I will point out that allowing townhouses in the R6 zoning district, which was allowed previous to 2013, is about 65% of all new missing middle units are these townhouse units. So since 2021, when the first missing middle provisions, we have approved over 3,600 missing middle units that would not have been allowed prior to 2021. And that represents about 30% of all new units, which is a really significant portion of our housing. I think it indicates the demand and interest in this housing from our residents, both new residents and our existing residents. As you can see from this map, the missing middle enabled housing is geographically dispersed. It is concentrated in the northeast and southeast parts of the city, or our fastest growing areas. As you can see from the map, the size of the circles indicates the size of the projects. Since the areas in northeast and southeast Raleigh have our lowest land costs here in Raleigh, the missing middle units are really effective because missing middle housing types realize a 10 to 15% on average discount to comparably sized single-family houses due to shared walls, roofs, and infrastructure. And so we are seeing new market rate housing that's available to folks below the area median income, not far below, kind of down to 80%, 75%, but townhouses in that 295, 300 range that we were not getting prior to these changes. And that just shows the number of units in each development. Of course, this material will be available to you afterwards. We also approved accessory dwelling units, which are kind of backyard cottages, or sometimes known as granny flats. And we have over almost 250 units under review, permitted, or complete. So taken together with the large number of apartment deliveries and the missing middle housing, these together are a big factor, not the only factor. I want to emphasize that. There's macroeconomic factors such as interest rates that have impacted this as well. But we believe an important factor in keeping Raleigh's rents and housing prices stable are availability of apartments in our mixed-use activity centers and the availability of missing middle throughout the city. Rents and housing prices are almost exactly where they were 3 years ago in January of 2022. We all experienced that huge increase in prices during 2020, 21, and early 22, but those have really stabilized. Many missing middle housing units have been approved, are built by nonprofit developers, and are legally binding affordable units, including right across the street. It's under construction now, so unfortunately you can't see the final product, but 601 method, where CASA is building Hope Village, which is a 8-unit partnership project between the city and CASA to serve youth aging out of foster care, which are a group that's very high risk of homelessness. These youth will be under 30% of area median income. There'll be a resident advisor on site, and the city supported that with $700,000 in bond funds. So that was missing middle enabled, along with hundreds of other units approved as committed affordable, pursuant to an incentive program in the UDO that allows for additional density and height in exchange for committed affordable housing. So again, we think that there's indirect impact of this through allowing the market to be more flexible. There's direct impact through affordable housing units being created under these provisions. But myself and my colleagues, and certainly I know you, hear a lot of comments and concerns being raised about the fact that most of the new missing middle housing, and this is certainly true, and apartment units that are being built are expensive. And how does this help low-income households and unhoused families? There's a lot of emerging research that shows that there's a very close connection between the availability of market rate housing and the extent to which low-income households are housed and homelessness is reduced. Abundance of market rate housing is essential to ensuring that we have a more affordable city. I am going to turn it over here. We have a video for you. It's part of a longer video that I strongly encourage you to watch. We'll share the link with you. It's about 30 minutes. We have about 12 minutes of it here. It's from a person named Justine Underhill. She's a city council member in Falls Church, Virginia, which is a city in suburban Washington, D.C. that is experiencing very similar growth pressures. Justine has a background in journalism and economics, and she's very effectively summarized some of the emerging research in this area. And so I'm going to turn on the video, and then I'll turn it over to Emily to talk about our affordable housing programs. One more time.
So adding housing can help keep rent prices in check. But is that still true when that housing is luxury housing? Does high-end housing do anything for affordability? Let's go through the theory and then see what the research actually says. So for the theory, let's say Alex moves into a brand new building. Now, his old unit is available for rent and Bailey moves into it. This place is more expensive than Bailey's last spot, but cheaper than Alex's new place. Then Charlie will move into Bailey's old unit, and that chain continues with several more moves, each from older and more affordable spots. The chain will finally end when Tyler moves out of his mom's basement and gets his own spot. His mom sets up an animal rescue in the basement, and no humans move in. That's the theory. New units open up older, cheaper units. So let's get to the research. Here's one of the top studies on this topic. Researchers looked at 52,000 people who moved into new market rate units. That's brand new, shiny apartment buildings. Once these people got settled in, researchers then looked at their mail forwarding addresses to see where they actually moved from. And then they looked at who moved into their old unit, and then followed the chains all the way back to the end, to the Tylers of the world. Remarkably, what the researchers found is that every 100 brand new market rate units frees up 70 units from below median income neighborhoods. It also opens up 39 units in the lowest income neighborhoods, so those in the bottom 20% of incomes. The study shows how tightly connected the entire housing market is. So building new housing, even at the higher end, results in housing in low-income areas opening up. When it comes to providing affordable housing, building 100 new market rate units is effectively as good as building 39 units of housing in low-income areas. The study isn't alone. Studies from around the world also found very similar results. And while that study looked at a 2 to 5 year window, we actually see the same thing happening over much longer time frames too. When we build enough housing, the expensive housing of yesterday becomes the cheap housing of today. And conversely, when we don't build enough housing, the cheap housing of yesterday becomes the expensive housing of today. From my time serving on city council, I'm very well aware that many people are quite skeptical that simply adding housing supply will do anything for affordability. For whatever reason, a lot of people have just made up their minds. So if that describes you, all I ask is that you keep an open mind and let evidence and not ideology inform your opinion. So with that, let's go through the 4 main objections. Objection number 1.
That's not my experience. We built a ton of housing, and prices just keep going up.
So check this out. UC researchers did a nationwide survey and found that 30 to 40% of Americans believe in a sort of supply skepticism. It's this mistaken belief that if a lot of new housing were built in their region, then rents and home prices would actually go up. And that's, quote, contrary to basic economic theory and robust empirical evidence. And that is an academic burn if I ever heard one. What's really interesting about this supply skepticism is that it's seemingly limited to housing. Most people were able to correctly apply the law of supply and demand to things like cars, grain, plumbers. But when it came to housing supply, it just broke people's brains. Whereas 85% of respondents said that a snag in the supply chain for cars would cause the price of used cars to increase, less than half of people were able to apply that same logic to the housing market. And to be fair, many of us look around our communities and see these new developments popping up and rents that just seem to keep rising alongside them. It honestly does kind of look like these new buildings are causing rent to increase. But this actually gets cause and effect backwards. Rents usually start rising years before these new developments start showing up. It was the rising rents, the increased demand for housing, that attracted the developers to build a new building, not the other way around. Now, to be clear, if we're just looking at that one building, that new building is probably more expensive than whatever was there before it. New things generally cost more. And then if it makes the space more walkable with a park or a restaurant, fountains, trees, a sidewalk, well, people pay a premium for walkable spaces. As a side note, we haven't built enough walkable spaces, and that premium actually means we need to build more of them. But the key point here is that while that immediate location might become more expensive, the new building ends up helping lower rents across the region, meaning there are fewer people that are displaced. The entire area benefits. Or if we wanted to put it another way, while housing costs might be going up, if that building, that additional housing hadn't been built, rents in the entire region would be even higher. It's easy to see all the increases in supply, the new buildings coming up, but it's a lot harder to spot the increase in demand. So if you look around and see a ton of new housing going up, but your rent keeps going up anyway, it means that even this development hasn't been enough. But let's just say you don't care about your region, you only care about your specific neighborhood. Even then, on a neighborhood level, quote, supply has not been shown to cause significant displacement of lower income households. And indeed, some studies find new buildings have been shown to reduce the probability of displacement. The UC researchers found that supply skepticism made people less likely to support apartment and home construction. The real tragedy here is that these supply skeptics are often well-intentioned. They want to stop housing from becoming unaffordable, but they incorrectly blame the new developments. And then they end up blocking the one solution that could have actually addressed rising housing costs in the first place: building more housing. Objection number 2.
Isn't this just trickle-down economics?
The second objection is partly triggered by this paper from Sweden. This research has an excellent data set, but it also has a fairly unfortunate choice of words. Quote, overall, we conclude that new homes trickle down to the poor. Maybe that doesn't set off alarm bells for Swedish people, but I know for many Americans there's sort of a knee-jerk reaction to that. And just to be super clear, trickle-down economics during the Reagan era was about giving tax breaks to the wealthy with the theory that rich people would then spend money on other things like businesses, and then that would help the poor by creating more jobs and such.
Incentives for business to encourage production and hiring of the unemployed.
But building more homes that people then live in is not trickle-down economics. It's equivocating on the words trickle down. Thrift stores have trickle-down clothing. eBay has trickle-down books. Rainwater trickles down my window. Same words, but they're not the same thing as trickle-down economics. We're talking about building more housing, not giving tax breaks to the wealthy. I just blame the Swedes on this one. Next objection.
Investment banks are just buying up all the housing anyway.
The third objection focuses on the institutional investors and hedge funds that are just gobbling up housing stock. It's this idea that if hedge funds are going to buy up housing anyway, building more housing won't help the average person.
A lot of firms are buying up properties, but Blackstone is going so far as to build an entire company out of this strategy. Last year, partnering with Invitation Homes. $4.5 billion later, the firm has become the biggest buyer of single-family homes in America.
Well, here's what Invitation Homes disclosed to investors. Quote,
We have select markets that we believe will experience strong population, household formation, and employment growth, and exhibit constrained levels of new home construction.
exhibit constrained levels of new home construction. They are specifically targeting places that don't build enough housing, acknowledging that this is what makes prices rise. They even warned investors, quote,
We could also be adversely affected by overbuilding, which could result in an excess supply of homes and reduce occupancy and rental rates. Continuing development will increase the supply of housing and exacerbate competition for residents.
So they even concede the flip side. Building more housing is what keeps rents down. Hedge funds would not be buying up homes unless there was something really messed up about the housing market that made them a lucrative acquisition. So if you really want to stick it to the greedy hedge funds, make housing not profitable. Build more of it. Objection number 4.
We already have enough homes. They're just sitting vacant or abandoned or as Airbnbs or even as second homes.
It kind of is shocking. Nearly 10% of the homes in the U.S. are vacant. So why would we build more housing when we already have enough homes that are freely available?
It's free real estate.
There are a few things wrong with this line of thinking. First of all, we do need some degree of vacancies. If we lived in a world with no vacancies, it would be incredibly difficult to move. You'd practically have to find someone to swap houses with, or maybe set up some sort of hermit crab-like moving chain.
They're lining up with one aim, to exchange properties.
In fact, market vacancies actually give renters more leverage to keep prices down. With more options available, renters can then choose the best deal as landlords have to compete on price. And this is exactly what happened in New York City during the pandemic. A higher market vacancy rate meant lower rent. But even though these vacancies can be good, they're often in the wrong places. Areas where we see the highest vacancy rates aren't usually near job centers. Telling a marine biologist in Miami that she can then get a cheap house in the Rust Belt city of Gary, Indiana, doesn't really help her situation. Now, the vacancies that really rile people up the most are the places that are sitting empty for most of the year. These are second homes, investment properties, Airbnbs. And look, if we ban Airbnb, it does seem to lower rent a bit. It brings more supply onto the market, and more supply helps lower the rent. That is absolutely true, but the effect is pretty small. When Irvine, California banned Airbnb, that brought back about 460 units of housing back onto the market. That's awesome. But they're expecting to need over 23,000 more housing units to address population growth in the coming years. That Airbnb ban achieved less than 2% of what they need. And there's a similar story in Metro Vancouver, where both the city and the province implemented a vacancy tax, and they brought back thousands of units onto the rental market. Again, that's great, but they're expected to need over 274,000 new homes in the next decade. So that tax helped them with about 6%. They'll still have to shore up the other 94% of housing, or else their housing crisis will get worse. Policies like these can shuffle some housing units back onto the market, but it's not nearly enough to solve the housing crisis on its own. We still need a ton more housing, and the only way to do that is by building more housing. I was recently elected to city council here in Falls Church, Virginia, and I am getting a ton of flack for this building. This site hosts 394 apartments, 27 of which are subsidized, along with restaurants, exercise studios, spaces for public events. It generates over $500,000 a year in net revenues for the city. But some neighbors are unhappy with its appearance. It's definitely taller than some of the single-family homes nearby. They're also frustrated that some of the storefronts are unoccupied. And they don't like the yellow brick. Fine. One person even told me that they missed the gas station that used to be here because at least they could get gas there. They were nostalgic for a gas station. With attitudes like that, it is so incredibly challenging to get the housing that cities across our nation so desperately need.
The rent is really high. Actually, there's not even inventory. Like, how are people surviving? I want to know.
All right, I hope you found that informative and interesting, and certainly more engaging than what my staff and I can do. So I'm going to turn it over to Emila. We talked about at the outset of my presentation about the 90% plus of housing that's market rate housing. That 8% is crucially important of funds that involve government programs or nonprofit support. Raleigh is a national and regional leader in this space, and I'm going to turn it over to Emila to talk about the state of the programs that we're. Oh yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Yes, the video was extremely entertaining and enlightening. Can you talk about, you showed what the demand is in those other, the video showed what the demand is in those other markets. Can you tell me what the demand is, I guess, for the next 10 years, if you know, for Raleigh in terms of housing production, what we need?
Yeah, so there are, we're working internally on coming up with an estimate to provide that to you. The reason that we have delayed that is that there are different approaches and methodologies on how to estimate the housing deficit. I think all commentators and academics are saying there's a significant housing deficit in Raleigh, still much less than a lot of the other large metros, but still some. Before we bring that to you, we want to really make sure we gut check the methodology and make sure that it's sound and communicatable effectively to our colleagues.
We've heard 65,000 countywide. Do you just have ballpark?
Ballpark, I think that's perfectly valid, yes.
But that's countywide, so could we assume
so about 35,000.
Yeah. No, that's just total units.
Okay, total.
Okay, thanks. I'll be available for questions after Emila's presentation.
I just have a few questions right before we go. Thank you for the video. I think that it speaks to one side. I think there are other opinions, a lot of things that she mentioned that neighbors have talked to, especially my area, about. I wanted to go through the numbers of what you presented in terms of how many have been approved, how many have been built. Can you speak to the reason why we've approved 3,600 but only 250 have been built so far? Is there a specific reason for that?
Yeah, the reason is that it takes a long time to get new housing financed and permitted and developed.
Okay, and then
we have dozens of units coming on every week, and I think we'll see that accelerate. Okay. But there's been a real challenge with financing over the last 24 months or so.
For sure, and I do want to recognize that it as we go into this, change is hard. Change takes time, and we know that, and there is going to be pushback because we don't have the answers right away. So I don't want to diminish neighbors' concerns who are seeing this as well. I do want to say, how do I answer the question when people, this beautifully laid out in overall, when somebody moves out of an apartment and then the trickle down of that. Can we speak to the fact that we have so many people moving here into Raleigh that are not moving from another apartment in Raleigh? And so the trickle down that's feeling is not being always captured within the city that they reside in or within Raleigh?
That's a really great point. I think that the model that was shown in the video kind of assumes that everyone is moving from the same region. The study she referenced did acknowledge and recognize that some of the movers are going to be from outside the region. So I think some of the conclusions that were reached in that study with the 52,000 movers hold true. It is definitely true that in Raleigh we have a higher share of folks moving from outside the region than the average region, and we also have much higher incomes, right? We have about 2.5 times the number of $100,000 a year jobs as the average metro. So those two factors are causing that impact to be the impact of the kind of filtering is the technical term of allowing more units that are vacated when people move up to be occupied by lower income families. That is less strong here because of those factors. It still is in effect though, right? And it's really how the housing market works, and it's still very meaningful. The majority still, a solid majority of movers are from, if not Raleigh, the region.
Do we have a study saying how many? Do we know that, or is that just theoretical that we?
So we have looked at some of the process of doing the kind of study that was cited here is really challenging and time consuming. We have looked at some data from IRS, keeps what's called mover data, and about in 2023, about 65% of all new movers were from the region.
Right, and so I just want to highlight that one slide that you had in there that showed the income level and what we have. The 122,000 is now AMI. 83,000, I think you said. I don't
That's
remember
80%, and then 73
80%.
is 60%.
So as we see in Raleigh, because you made that chart, that a lot of our housing that's being lost is affecting that lower income bracket that is below that 80% AMI. So the fear that we're experiencing, that we're witnessing here, is that it feels like we're pushing out the lowest income. So I think a lot of the, I don't want to diminish everybody's thought. I understand that there's some people who don't want change, that don't want to get that, but there is a valid concern that we're watching people being at their lowest level incomes being pushed out of the city. Right. And how are we? So that's, I think, what we're trying to do. I know that Emma is going to speak to that, I understand, right. But while I appreciate the video and it was cute, I don't want it to encompass like that's the only view, because there are many other feelings that attribute to this. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, certainly nothing that I said or that was intended by the video was meant to undermine your point, which is that, and I tried to emphasize in my comments, it's increasingly challenging for folks below median income, particularly well below median income, to find housing. I think really as you start to get below 60% of area median income, because of land values, because of construction costs, it is impossible for the market to, building codes, zoning codes, it's impossible for the market to deliver units that are available, new units that are available to folks below that. So that's where the programs that you're going to hear from Emma are so crucial.
Last thing that I had is the first slide that you put on. I was saying that 8% of current affordable housing. You mentioned that 8%. Is there a goal that we would, if we could hit, would be a better goal? Is that what Emily's going to say?
Yeah, Emily will talk about she's got a plan underway that I think may address that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? Again, I'll be happy to take questions at the end of Emily's time.
Thanks, Pat. Appreciate that. So the beginning of that video actually talked about homelessness as a housing problem. So the beginning half of that, I really encourage you to go back and watch. She does a really great job of summarizing Greg Colburn's research from the book Homelessness is a Housing Problem, who was our keynote speaker at the Affordable Housing Summit last year, for those of you who were able to attend. So I'm going to just summarize that a little bit. But she did a great job of sort of talking about the link between housing supply and homelessness as well, by starting out talking about homelessness as a housing problem. So, we know that homelessness rates are driven by market conditions and not individual behaviors. The video repeats that. People mostly attribute homelessness to mental illness, drug use, weather, other factors, but as his research shows, the only credible link is housing market conditions, which are largely dictated by housing supply. So the bottom line is that more housing supply opens up more housing for lower incomes, reducing the numbers of people who need homes. And in fact, issues such as mental health and drug use are exacerbated by experiencing homelessness. A recent study showed, too, that more than a third of people who are experiencing homelessness did not have any issues with mental health or substance use prior to experiencing homelessness. The trauma of homelessness exacerbates these issues. And as Greg Colburn said at our summit, and says a lot, if there is a substance use issue, allowing people to remain homeless is like throwing gasoline on a fire. It's not solving their problem to offer them just substance use help. People need housing to heal and to become stable. And we know that's true. We know that people just do better and they heal if they are in housing. So not ending someone's homelessness, again, just exacerbates these issues. I think, too, we are in this really unique place and time, what Pat referred to as, we have really high incomes, and that AMI number is just climbing. And, Greg Colburn also really points out that in areas where there are really high incomes and there are low vacancy and there's not enough housing supply, that's where you see the most homelessness. So even in areas where there's really high poverty, poverty is absolutely something that it can be a triggering factor. Just as substance use and mental health issues, those are triggering factors, make people more vulnerable to homelessness. But poverty in and of itself while triggering, where you have areas of really high poverty, you actually don't see high numbers of homelessness. And you can see that in states like West Virginia and Mississippi, where they have actually pretty low rates of homelessness comparatively, and high poverty. So it's really in those areas where you have high incomes that you see higher homelessness rates. So we've talked about this before, but just to sort of summarize, that homelessness comes at a really high cost. So that doing nothing to address homelessness actually costs people more, but then taxpayers more than it does to actually address and end homelessness. We have examples of this. HUD did a study in 2017 showing that the taxpayer cost of one person experiencing homelessness was around $35,000 per person per year. That was 2017. Those numbers are much higher now. Houston recently did an analysis, and they said $96,000 per person per year, and that included hospitalizations, mental health services, emergency room visits, incarceration, as well as emergency sheltering, which shelter is very expensive. It's actually more affordable to house someone in their own home and provide them services and case management than it is to shelter someone. Dallas also recently did an analysis, and they showed, they released this just in November, showing a total annual cost to taxpayers in 2 counties totaling nearly $194 million. And that is, again, all of those high dollar items that were on the list. So camp cleanups, so cleaning up encampments also comes at a high cost to municipalities. The Parks Department let us know last year that within a year they spent more than $200,000 on cleaning up camps, and then the North Carolina Department of Transportation also let us know that it cost them around the same amount just for the camp cleanups. And again, none of those funds go towards actual solutions in ending homelessness. We also know that, and we have done this analysis, and compared to other communities, we'll show a little bit more on that, but housing one household again and providing case management. So this is not just the rent assistance, this is rent assistance and case management. Can average anywhere from $8,000 to $31,000 per person per year. So that's even the highest need folks. So if you average all those costs, it comes out to around $24,000 per person per year. So Pat spoke a little bit about what the city is doing to increase overall housing supply and improve affordability from that angle. Now I'm going to share what we're doing to specifically increase the supply of legally binding affordable housing units and targeted initiatives to address homelessness. So you'll see here what I think is a really exciting number. In 2016, the city established an aspirational goal to create 5,700 units by 2026. Shout out to my predecessor, who really did an incredible amount of work to make this machine start running and keep going. So as you can see here, we have around 7,100 units in the pipeline. We have 3,300 units in the development pipeline, and if you add that to the total of 48 that are on the ground, we have over 7,149 units altogether in the development pipeline, which I think is really exciting. There are some things to note about these numbers, which is that, you know, these developments and these numbers can be volatile in a sense, because as you all know, a lot of projects are delayed due to project increases mostly, or cost increases. And so, you know, some of these, while we predict that they will be on the ground by the end of 2026, may not be, doesn't mean that they're not still viable units that we should be touting and counting, because they will be online. To date, you know, this year, there's already been more than 700 units, and we have around 1,100 units to be completed. So 3 times that amount in the pipeline. I think we're looking pretty good when it comes to achieving this goal. So we're setting our sights on maintaining this level of production in the coming years. We're currently developing a new affordable housing plan, which will evaluate production to date and project out the costs to keep this momentum going. Staff is using production through the most recent affordable housing bond as a basis for those future estimates. So we're excited to bring that back to you all in draft form. We will be doing that soon. So we're excited to show you those numbers and those projections. So just to review a little bit more about where we are and what these affordable housing bond buckets, if you will, look like. Raleigh voters passed an $80 million affordable housing bond in 2020, and here's the different ways that these funds are allocated. We have public-private partnership, and that is aimed at facilitating partnerships between city, for, and nonprofit partners to increase affordable housing production in new and different ways outside of the low-income housing tax credit program. Just an example of recent awards, we had $10 million awarded through an RFP in the first year of the bond. $7 million has gone to CASA for Kings Ridge, and $3 million of that went to Healing Transitions for their men's campus renovation. We also have $2 million made available each year for small-scale rental programs, so that's captured in it's a $10 million total under that public-private partnership bucket. There is $8 million carved out for voluntary inclusionary or other transit-oriented projects. And then we also provided $700,000 invested in cottages of Idlewild for that specific bucket. Then we have our low-income housing tax credit gap financing, and that is $4.8 million made available each year for 5 years through the city's gap financing program. And bond funds specifically go to transit-oriented projects. And then we have site acquisition. $4 million are carved out for the investment in the Wake County Preservation Fund, which helps to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing as well as housing that is aging out of affordability restrictions. There is $2 million went to CASA to preserve housing, and then we had $560 in that bucket went to cottages of Ottawa. Again, another $7 million has been invested in acquiring sites through Zach's Grocery Mart and the Western Boulevard Hillsborough site. There's also some home repair funds and home buyer assistance. That is for the home revitalization program that goes towards providing rehabilitation to homes in need of repair. People who are living there are low income and seniors who have disabilities. And then there's also the home buyer assistance program. So you can see there's just a lot of work in a lot of different areas happening under this bond. So so far, that bond has supported about 1,100 units so far. We're currently in that 4th year, so we are 75% allocated, committed, or spent. 800 of those units, more than 800 of those units, have been through rental development gap financing. That, again, goes towards gap financing for the low-income housing tax credit and public-private partnership funding. Funds directed at homeowners have assisted more than 100 households, and then site acquisition funds are anticipated to ultimately yield more than 300 units. So in addition to maintaining unit production, we need to target solutions to address the homelessness crisis. So it's sort of like an upstream and a downstream solution. You really have to address both at the same time. And this map was provided to us by our partners in Parks and Rec, and it shows places where people are residing outside in places not fit for human habitation. So the blue dots here show where people experiencing unsheltered homelessness were identified by the annual point-in-time count, which is a really important way to capture homelessness data. It is not perfect, but really excited and grateful to hear that we had 2 of our council members participate in that point-in-time count conducted by the Continuum of Care each year. It's such a crucial way for us to get the best way, actually, for us to get a sense of people experiencing homelessness and what we need to do to address that. The orange dots are places identified by city parks, recreation, and cultural resources on parks property. So just the interesting thing to note about this, right, is you can actually see the limitations of the point-in-time count just in this map alone because they don't line up, right? So you see there are several dots identified by PRCR, for example, that were not accounted for excuse me, in the point-in-time count. So we know that the number from the point-in-time count is limited, and it is not quite accurate. What usually communities will do is they will take the number that they know and they will triple it. So in our community, we know that there are just around 500 people experiencing unsheltered homelessness from the 2023 point in time count. And so we'll triple that to get a real sense and a better estimate of what that looks like. So we know that, again, increasing that housing supply, specifically affordable housing supply, is a critical piece of the solution to end homelessness. And in addition, targeted interventions that directly either increase income and or lower housing costs for people currently experiencing homelessness can rapidly move us closer to the reality of what we know as achieving functional zero, and that means homelessness is rare and brief. So we know that there are factors that we can't control for all the time, where the inflow of people experiencing homelessness, but the city is also addressing that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But overall, functional zero is the goal, where you set up a system where people are housed very quickly, and they are not having to spend more than 30 days experiencing homelessness. Other communities have achieved this. I'll say in the veteran space specifically, there's been a lot of incredible work to achieve functional zero in recent years. The state of Virginia actually announced functional zero homelessness for veterans a few years ago. They've been able to maintain that due to increased targeted funding for housing-focused solutions. So there's a need for coordinated action that involves everyone impacted by the issue. Both private and public involvement and resources are needed in order to achieve that functional zero. Because homelessness is a housing problem and is about affordability, the research shows that the key to ending homelessness, again, is providing access to permanent affordable housing. And to make housing affordable, housing costs must be reduced or households' incomes must be increased. This can be done through low barrier tools like direct assistance, which we're providing through the Bringing Neighbors Home pilot, or through subsidized housing and vouchers. It is important to note, though, that only 1 in 4 households who are eligible to receive vouchers actually receive them, because the voucher program is not an entitlement program in this country. So like other entitlement programs such as supplemental nutrition assistance, which is our food stamp program in this country, that is an entitlement program. And that means if you're eligible, you can receive that assistance. Housing doesn't work the same way in the country, in the US, in that it's more of like a lottery. You just get really lucky if you're one of those small percentage of people who's actually able to receive a voucher that is eligible. And even of that number, a third about, in New York City recently, it was found that a half of people who even have those vouchers in hand are not able to actually use them. And that's due to a number of factors, things like discrimination, just not being able to find a landlord who will accept a voucher, sometimes the lack of housing supply overall. All of those things impact this. And direct assistance, by contrast, is a direct payment to a low-income household, which they can use however they choose to cover rent, food, transportation, childcare, and any other expense. We've shared a lot in prior presentations about how when people are provided with direct assistance, the amount of spending on what we call temptation goods does not increase. So people by far are spending dollars on things like transportation, housing, childcare, et cetera. And we're already seeing this with the Bringing Neighbors Home pilot initial sort of results. So we're just going to look at peer cities. So Houston is really the community that has done the most targeted work around unsheltered homelessness in recent years, and they have reduced their unsheltered homelessness number by 64%. It's thousands of people. They've housed 7,700 people, in fact, and they have a goal of 7,000 more. And they've also found that 90% of people that they house directly from street to home have maintained their housing after 2 years. They also found that when offered housing, so when you're working with people who are living in encampments and living outside, 90% of people accept the housing resource that they are provided. And that sort of dispels a myth around some people just are services resistant or resistant to housing. We've done a number of focus groups as well for our Bringing Neighbors Home pilot, and overwhelmingly, the sentiment has been, when asked what it is that you need in order to end your homelessness, it's housing, overwhelmingly. The second one is a job. and people really expressing how hard it is to hold a job when they don't have a place to take care of themselves. I know for me, I could not hold this job if I had no place to shower, cook food for myself, or know that I was safe. So we heard a lot about that in these focus groups. So Dallas has done similar work. Within 3 years, they moved 3,000 households experiencing homelessness into permanent housing through, again, this street-to-home model that provides rapid rehousing as well as connections to case management and services by need. Houston, I do want to go back. Houston actually used to be like one of those troubled communities identified by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And so they did get some infusion of funds in order to carry this out. But we'll talk a little bit about the funds, too, that folks are utilizing in order to address this. So 90 camps closed in Houston. We saw Dallas numbers. They went from 8,500 people to 3,200 people. Oklahoma City, this is a more recent initiative in Oklahoma City, and they house more than 300 people from more than 20 different camps in a little over a year. So again, let's talk about how much it costs. And so these communities have similar numbers to what we have come up with, the per person per year cost. Houston looks at 18 to 24,000. Dallas is around 24,000. Oklahoma City says maybe a little bit more for us at 25,000. So, and in Houston, the initial investment was a city and county partnership, and that was around $165 million. Most of that were American Rescue Plan dollars. Philanthropy kicked in around $15 million. So the mayor in Houston announced a new $70 million plan to continue this progress because those American Rescue Plan funds, as we know, are diminishing and fully spent. So this new $70 million plan announced by the mayor in November, $25 million will come from the city, $20 million from the county, and again, $15 million from philanthropy as well as corporations, $10 million they're expecting from other government entities. The least outlook, I think it's a good point, is that they made a point to say the least amount of funds that are allocated from their homelessness dollars doing the street to home are for what is called permanent supportive housing, because that is the lowest amount of need. So permanent supportive housing is is for people with really high level service needs. And mostly what those look like are single site. Everyone there has a disability or is exiting homelessness. They have a really high level of care. Sometimes the care is on site. And that's a fantastic model for people who need that level of care. It's extremely expensive, and so it should really be tailored and right-sized to the amount of need in your community. And in general, around 20%, maybe up to 30%, but that's a really high estimate, need that level. Right? So most people just need rapid rehousing, which is rent assistance and case management, and which is less expensive and just as effective. So they've been really intentional about making sure. There are also a number of communities that have low utilization for their permanent supportive housing, and that's due to the fact that some people really don't want to live in that single site sort of model, or because there's a turnover and people get well and they can move on, and then there's just no one to fill those units. So we really want to make sure that we are targeting our investment so that we don't have those high level of vacancies and utilization issues that other cities see. Dallas has invested $72 million initially in 2021. Again, those were American Rescue Plan Act funds, and they aim to house 6,000 people by the end of this year with a rapid rehousing model. The 2026 objective, this is a new objective, was established by the new city manager there and the All Neighbors Coalition, which is this group of local organizations that are aiming to tackle homelessness. And some funds were put into the budget for this year, and they also have a private-public partnership that they anticipate will be around $30 million to help them address this. They also really talk about reducing emergency shelter costs by investing in these permanent solutions, again, because their emergency shelter costs they estimated were $33 million a year, which is, again, far higher than what it is to actually offer folks these permanent solutions. So Dallas has a new goal, again, with that $30 million public-private partnership. They've also increased funding for their street outreach so that they have street outreach folks that have those housing resources in hand to connect people with immediately. Also part of the city's $1.25 billion capital bond package that passed last year in Dallas will be allocated towards ending homelessness and increasing affordable housing. They also have a $3 fee that is added to their residential and non-residential utility accounts. And that fee goes towards encampment cleaning as well as homelessness solutions. That was a recently enacted fee, and that generates around $10.5 million in revenue for them. And Oklahoma City launched a housing-focused effort to reduce homelessness by 75% in 2023 with an allocation of $12.5 million. And again, that effort is the same as it mirrors Houston and Dallas, bringing housing and services directly to people living unsheltered through coordinated street outreach and ensuring that camps are cleared and closed and not repopulated. Okay, so now we'll talk a little bit about the work that the city is doing in this space. Bringing neighbors home is really something that provides ground-tested and research-backed strategies to end unsheltered homelessness. It combines evidence-based and best practice and camp decommissioning with that direct housing assistance to provide financial stability and housing choice. The pilot is also accompanied by a broader community-wide planning initiative to address unsheltered homelessness. There's a 45-member steering committee that includes people with lived experience and expertise that have really informed everything along the way that this steering committee has done. It's been a really meaningful initiative. We meet every other month at this point. Actually, no, we just recently met monthly. And it's just, it brings together folks who are directly involved in the work. RPD is represented. Transportation Director Callum is on that. Deputy Chief Boyce is in that group. Stephen Bentley is in that group. There are a lot of folks that are in that group. And so it's a real cross-section of interest, as well as service providers, people with lived experience. It's a really amazing thing to be a part of. And they are building this plan that's really going to provide the infrastructure and identify the gaps in resources for our community and what it will take to end homelessness. And so they're really coming up with what is our plan of decommissioning, what is that strategy, as well as what are the resources needed in order to fully provide that. So they're doing needs assessment and gaps analysis, coming up with shared protocols and prioritization methods. There's also something called a housing surge toolkit, and that develops actionable strategies to rapidly expand housing opportunities for people. There's also an implementation guide, as well as a monitoring and evaluation process. And it really is an inclusive and data-driven process and will play a critical role in shaping the city's affordable housing strategy and ensuring sustainable, equitable solutions to meet the needs of our community. I just want to do a little partner shout out right now. We are going to come back to you all in March and do a Bringing Neighbors Home download and tell you all exactly everything that's going on. I just had a story that I wanted to tell for a little preview, and also just take this time to let you all know how many partners are involved in this work. So Healing Transitions and Oak City Cares are our contracted on-the-ground folks who are connecting people and enrolling people directly into the pilot. They've done incredible work. Our consulting group, Sagrado, is also helping to lead this effort. We've had several resource pop-up and enrollment events at the camp at Dix Park, which is the focus area for Bringing Neighbors Home pilot, the initial focus area. We have successfully enrolled 40 people in the pilot. Last night, I just got the update from staff. Almost everyone is housed. We are working at an incredible pace, but this group of partners is really allowing us to do that. We've had these resource pop-ups that have been great for enrollment, and I just want to shout out the partners in that. It's incredible. We have Alliance there helping us to coordinate doctors to come on site. We've been able to identify highly medically vulnerable people and expedite them into housing. I'll tell a little story about one of those folks. We have Southlight out there, Acorns. We cannot do this work without Acorns and RPD. They are essential to this work. Housing and neighborhood staff, Interfaith Food Shuttle is there. We have the Familiar Faces Initiative from the county. We also have their housing department, Department of Social Services. We have Wake Med, Dr. Klausner and Arlene Smith, for those of you who might know their amazing work. United Health is out there as well, and of course, our Parks Department and their staff. We can't do any of this without their help and support. And I do want to shout out, almost everyone in this room has actually helped to make this happen. So you all made this happen, but in addition, almost everyone has helped to make it happen, from transportation, IT, the city attorney's office, of course, the city manager's office, communications, budget, HR. I mean, the list goes on. None of this work could happen without all of these partners. We'll tell a story. Okay, so Oak City Cares at one of these resource pop-up events that were enrolling folks. They met a gentleman who was highly medically vulnerable. The doctor that saw him said if he spends any more time living outside, he will most likely die very soon. And so we worked very quickly in order to get this person into housing. And so we were lucky enough that we were able to get him into housing that same day. And the Oak City Cares caseworker, who was fantastic, she, drove him over there, got him some food for his dinner, and said, I'll come visit you tomorrow. And so she, the next day, is calling him, can't get him to answer his phone. She's growing really concerned. And she just goes over there, and she shows up, and he opens the door, and you can tell he was like disheveled. He had just gotten out of bed, and he's like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I've missed your phone calls. He said, I've slept for the last 20 hours. I had no idea that this would happen. And so she goes in, and she had like a welcome basket for him, and she goes in his apartment, and he had all of his things like perfectly organized up against the wall. It was like spotless. And he told her how grateful he was to have a place to, one, sleep where he felt safe and warm, but then two, a restroom and a shower. He just couldn't stop talking about how those things were important to him. And since that time, his health has improved. He's been able to visit his grandchildren, who he hasn't been able to see in quite a while. So we're just seeing story after story like that. I just wanted to give you all a preview. Now, we'll talk a little bit about this other amazing work that you all made happen, which is diversion, prevention, and rapid exit. The City of Raleigh's Department of Housing and Neighborhoods is administering a program that provides $855,000 to prevent, divert, and rapidly exit residents from the homeless response system. Now, this is something where we're able to address, folks that are potentially coming into the system and facing homelessness and prevent that. Which is an essential strategy nationally in order to end homelessness. A note, too, that these programs can help strengthen the Continuum of Care's annual application for competitive federal funds. So the Continuum of Care for Wake and Raleigh every year has to compete against other communities for federal dollars for homelessness. All of these communities, Houston, Dallas, Oklahoma City, I'm sure is going to increase this year, have seen increased federal funds because they've been able to successfully end homelessness and employ these successful strategies. So by doing these things, we can actually be eligible for additional federal funds. After a competitive RFP process for these funds, we have 5 organizations that we're working with in the community to administer them. So we're very excited about that work moving forward. We think that should be very soon. We're just sort of, the ink is drying on those contracts. So just want to take a moment to imagine a Raleigh that has functionally ended homelessness. I think we know that homelessness impacts so many areas of our city, to include the economy, downtown businesses anywhere, stability for families and children, the feeling of safety, also, have a more functional housing market and overall healthy residents. And this is a really important piece, which is that the city is just one piece of this puzzle, right? And I think that is evidenced by all of the partners that we have brought together for bringing neighbors home, but also in the amount of funds that it takes to do this. City cannot do this alone. This is really something that has to be a collaborative effort through healthcare providers, nonprofits, housing authorities, foundations, philanthropy, as well as the county. So again, the pilot and planning initiative are really laying out a great infrastructure and a path for us to reach that functional zero. The pilot is meant to provide a proof of concept for this powerful new tool to connect our neighbors living outside with the financial and services support needed to move directly from camps into housing and to stay safe, stably housed. The planning initiative contemplates the pilot as one of these tools in the overall toolbox, and we know that reaching this ambitious goal of ending unsheltered homelessness will require a collaborative, community-wide effort, again, and the city cannot do that alone. Really good examples out of other cities who have done this successfully. One is in Oklahoma. On their website, they really shout out 50 different players who are involved in this work. It really does take full collaboration and everyone moving in the same direction. So these strategies and priorities are the building blocks of the new affordable housing plan. And just a preview here that it will synthesize key housing goals and put forward a roadmap for the city to achieve those next goals over the next 5 years. And this table, we just wanted to show other plans and how we align in our affordable housing plan with all of these other plans. So that's just a little preview there. And that is all. Pat and I are here to take questions.
Yeah, Emma, just thank you so much for the tremendous work. I hear from residents that live near the camp that has been used in our pilot, and I know they're grateful for all the work that you all are doing there and for the communication that you provide too. You've really been there to talk to residents about what we're working on and showing up at Wednesday nights, and that helps. That just helps people understand what this is about because it's new and we need to keep communicating that out. Really impressed that you've gotten almost everyone housed through the program already, the 40 individuals. Maybe this will come up in March, but do you have a sense of what is going to be the budget need to keep this going? How long do those 40 individuals, do we anticipate keeping them in our housing versus moving on to new individuals to support?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we contemplated a 2-year period for payments for this. And I don't have the answer, but we will. And I really appreciate that question. So currently the funding allows for 2 years of payments. And I think we know that some folks will need longer term subsidies, especially people who are more senior. We're seeing a lot of seniors and people with some pretty severe disabilities. And so people who are unable to perhaps return to gainful employment will need those longer term subsidies. And so we're planning on working with the caseworkers to help transition people and identify those additional subsidies. But we do know a lot of people really do just need this initial sort of springboard to get them to a better place. We've seen, and I think I shared this with you all at the last retreat, findings from other programs that have done this work have found, and researchers are always stunned to see this, but the increase in income and employment for people is pretty stunning. So we're hopeful to see that happen in this pilot group.
Definitely thank you for the information, and this is, I think, very enlightening for the community. So I hope people who see this can really see that we're working towards trying to, eradicate homelessness as much as possible. But back to the funding question in a sense, I know we're talking about 2 years for the 40 people that you're helping right now. But my question is overall, how much funding do you believe is needed? And then is there a phased approach to that? And then another part is you're putting people in units. And we've talked about building units, and we're only doing 300 roughly, or 350 roughly average per year in our current plan. So how many more units do you feel we need to help eradicate this? And then I have another question for you, Pat, after this.
Okay. Let me address the second one because that's the one I remember, and then I might ask you to go back to the first one. I think that deficit is pretty close to what it is, that 30,000 number. So from what we've seen here, this is what we're currently able to do with that last bond. I think we're projecting out being able to maintain that number. Of course, if we wanted to increase that goal, we would need to figure out what that number is. And so if that's something you all want to see, we're happy to provide that to you and look at sort of this is what can be done with this number, and we can do that type of analysis. But for our draft plan now, really just looks at what is the current rate and how we're going to maintain it, but we're happy to get you other.
Yeah, I think it's helpful because, I mean, we see in Houston, 165 million, 72 in Dallas, and 12.5 initially in Oklahoma City. I think us having an idea of what that number is helps determine, how we plan and map things out in the future as much as possible. And my question for Pat, for you, was we talked about the number of units that were approved and constructed as far as, the plan and everything. Can we get an update over the last 10 years of how many just units overall in the city have been approved and how many of those have been constructed? Because I know we see zoning cases that come before rezonings, but there's a lot of things that come before you all that's by right. So I think if we could have that information, I don't know if you know off the top of your head now, but if we have that, I think it'll be helpful.
Yeah, so we'll get you that in the very near future. One of our goals with the new comprehensive plan is to stand up a data dashboard that has that type of information online for visibility by you in the community at all times. Because we have that data now, but we have to pull it from different sources because there's different programs which we track that. But yeah, like I said, the missing middle is about 30% of the new housing that since 2022. We are in the range of 3,000 a year permits for new.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Patton, I saw your hand. You can go. Yeah, okay. This to sort of help everyone out.
Yeah, sure. Well, you're back at the podium, so I'll ask my questions for you first. First, I told you I was going to brag on you, and I am. Councilmember Jones and I had an opportunity to participate in the point-in-time count, and we were tasked with going to the encampments that are being decommissioned around the edge of Dix and Healing Transitions. And there was so much talk in those communities about the cards, is sort of like how they're colloquially termed, because they're like a debit card that arrives and looks like a normal debit card and then are preloaded with the funds. And we were when we were counting the last of the 5 or so residents who received their cards yesterday, we're waiting on them, but the other 35 had already received them and been housed. And there was such respect and appreciation for the program, and I thought it was a real testament to you and the members of your staff and Healing Transitions who have designed the program. It was simple. I mean, we heard anecdotes from residents who got their card, put it in their pocket, and then just searched up on their phone an apartment unit and went and got a lease. They just went and got one. And it should be that simple for everyone in our community. And so the fact that we've made a type of care program or a subsidy program as simple and as dignified as it would be for someone who's operating as a private citizen, I think is really important. And I think it built a lot of trust. We heard a lot of anecdotes from residents who were like, oh yeah, they always tell us they're going to give us something good and then they don't deliver. But there was an understanding that this program would deliver, that tray was going to come back with that card and activate the PIN number, and those people are going to go sort of right off into the sunset and be able to get their apartment. And I thought it spoke nicely we heard an anecdote that I thought spoke nicely to this perception about service averse. So we heard one person who's still living in the encampment talking about his friend who's now housed and saying, oh, she didn't want to put her name on things. She didn't want to be in the system. She didn't want to sign anything. But I told her to. And now he went on to describe where she's living now. And so I think it was just speaks to the idea that when you provide the person with the service they actually need, they will take it in a way that's usable. So just hats off to you and your team. I thought that was a real testament to the program, and so I'm eager to see how we can continue the work and grow it. And you said it's proof of concept, but I think we'll have really good proof of it, and so can't wait to see how we expand it. On to questions. The chart that has the affordable units, I got a little bit lost.
Yeah, it's tough.
About...
We try to make it as pretty as we can, but it's still okay.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So I got a little bit lost. Out of these numbers, how many of these units have residents? living in them.
So we don't necessarily, so 3,800, that 3848 is the progress towards our goal, meaning like on the ground.
They're built.
So built, yes.
Okay.
So, and yeah, go ahead. Did you have further questions?
I just wanted to, so, because I was seeing the 1,800 and the 38 and the 71, I was like, so 38 doors are out in the world.
Right.
Since 2015 when we started. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
And the remaining is that 1,800 number. So that's what we need to be on the ground in order to meet the 2026
the goal.
Goal. However, you know, we have between those, and then 3,300 are in the pipeline, meaning so not on the ground, but in development or funded and beginning development or at some point in that process. And so if you total what is on the ground with the 3,300, that gets us to that 7,149 overall units that are either on the ground or in the pipeline that are moving towards this goal. And you know, the mention of the dashboard from the mayor and Councilmember Silver, that is something we really would love to do. I think this is tough to, you know, what would be great is if we could see a better visual of where we are for each project and how we're achieving the goal more clearly. We do have an ArcGIS map where you can go and see, it's linked on our affordable housing webpage under the affordable housing bond subheading, but that goes to a map where you can see all of the projects funded by the bond and where they are in the city and how much funding has been put into those. But again, that's an ArcGIS map. I think there's a way we could probably really enhance what data we're having from different sources, like what Pat was talking about, to make something better.
Yeah, I was going to say that Planning Director Young's map earlier there is incredible data, so really appreciated that. And yeah, if we could get to the spatial distribution of these, that would be really great.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
Can you pull up your slide about the allocation of funds from the 2020 housing bond?
Is that it?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it. So you said there's about 75% that's been used already and 25% left. Can you give a brief synopsis of what the 25% is remaining, and I guess maybe a timeline for when it's going to be distributed or used?
Great question, Mayor Pro Tem. So that is about $4.8 million. And so that will be our funding that is provided in this next year's joint venture rental gap financing RFP. So that is sort of the last of it. So then by the end of 2026, we'll be fully expended after those funds are committed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. First question is, how did we come up with the 5,700 units as a goal?
That's a great question.
Yeah, so back in 2016, 2015, when we first did the 1 penny for affordable housing, working with Larry Jarvis at the time, and the council, he did the math, and he said it comes out to about 560 units per year. So 560 per year over 10 years is roughly where that number came from. So that was the goal. So that's where that number came from. And we were on a roll to break it probably even more than COVID hit. Right. And that's where you see that 1 year, there's only like 100 and some units.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification. I do want to spend just a moment talking about the PIC count because it was an eye-opening experience to be a part of. And I want to highlight your work, but also I want to highlight Councilor Patton. Thank you for sending the email out and asking us to participate. It was really, really cold that night. And just so you understand, we weren't looking at that evening. We were asking them where they stayed the night of the 22nd. Please remember that the 22nd, it snowed, which means that many people were in emergency shelters and were not able to be counted in that. So a big red flag for me, and this is not anything with you because this is a national count that happens, is why do we do that count in the winter when a lot of people are in emergency shelters, and why don't we do a follow-up, not us, but just in general, a follow-up in the summer where that number is going to be much bigger, because it artificially makes this a low number for that. So I just want people to understand that all of that count allocates resources, and I think it's put here so we have less resources to give to the communities that need it the most. So just wanted to highlight that for a moment, echoing Councillor Patton's experience in hearing how grateful people are. People who did not get the money right away were still thanking us and saying, I know, I trust you now that this is going to continue. And it was beautiful. It was a beautiful just conversation having with people and understanding the needs of the community. So thank you guys for your work. Thank you for prioritizing the most vulnerable in our community, because that's really where we have to do in all of this work. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Pat. I asked a question earlier about our growth projections and how many housing units we're going to need. I don't know what the new comp plan time horizon is, whether it's 2050, but I'm just trying to understand as we look at housing production. You know, the previous plan had a growth framework map, predicted 65 to 70% of the growth would happen in those 8 growth centers or 12 multimodal corridors. It's not just the deficit we have today, but as we project out to anticipate how many residents and housing units we're going to need by 2050, is that going to be part of the plan? So as we look at housing production, we know exactly where to expect the most density. Missing middle kind of changed the equation because it's not going to be within these growth centers. It's going to be throughout the city. But is that going to be part of the exercise? So it's kind of a blueprint where we as council, residents, development community know exactly where we expect growth to go, and the urban form map helped it because it is now tied to transit. So do you have a number about by 2050 we expect we need 100,000 units? Just trying to know in terms of order of magnitude as we contemplate zoning cases and plans what that number is.
Sure. So that's a great question. We are in the middle right now of working with a consulting team to come up with exactly the kind of data you're describing, right? What are the estimated population growth we have? What number of new units do we need to accommodate that growth? Over the last 10 years, we've been remarkably steady at kind of that approximately 8,000 new residents a year. I think in the ballpark, it would probably stay in that range, but we want to really test that assumption carefully and look closely at it. You're correct that the time frame for this plan would be through 2050. Okay. So we would bring that to you. So what we're doing right now, as I think you're well aware, is community conversations on key topics around growth, listening to the community, getting their feedback. We're concurrently doing those conditions analysis and projections, and then we'll bring that all to council in right after your summer break, probably this calendar year, to begin to get some feedback, but that'll include that data then.
Perhaps related to that, Pat, sort of linking to a personal experience, like I purchased my home in Raleigh in 2017, and by a good deal of privilege and a bit of luck was able to get into it. Our home was $200,000. That was kind of the range we were shopping in, and much of what we experienced at that time was like people significantly outbidding us, bidding double on the home. And I would be like, okay, well, if you can afford to double the price of this home, you need to go shop for the $400,000 homes. And what I am learning in time is there were not enough $400,000 homes for those people, and that's why they were bidding against me. So as we project out, will that data include like some stratification about the number of $1 million mansions we need to build versus $300,000 townhomes? Like, will it kind of break out the full 65,000 units that are needed?
We certainly can. That's a great question. And I think, as I tried to suggest earlier, talking to Councilmember Jones's question, that the new housing is generally more expensive housing because of the cost of construction. We're really probably closer to that 80% AMI than 60, right in that range, depending on credit score and down payment and other factors, which of course we don't control. But we can certainly look. We have some data now, and we can enhance that data on what cost of housing is needed to meet our residents, our current residents' income. Sure, that'll be part of what we look at. Big questions.
I'm not seeing any other questions. I know that we are potentially at time. Perfect. So thank you to Pat and Emma. And I'll just comment before we're going to take a 5-minute break. In addition to getting to facilitate this retreat, I also get to listen to you all as a staff person from your regional council. And I will say you are not alone in the conversation, both around supply and homelessness, both from your urban partners and your rural partners, which is something that we're seeing in our region more because of the supply challenge. And so our staff actually, just at the same time as your council members did, can participate in the point-in-time count in Chatham County, which is seeing rapid increases in homelessness, which is something they had never experienced before. And that's a much more rural county. So I just wanted to reflect on that and say you have partners across the region to work with you on this challenge and find solutions to it. So with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break and get right into our conversation on growth and annexations. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to be moving on to a conversation about smart growth and annexation, but I believe we may have a question that's for our most recent presenters.
Yes, just a quick question for Emila. In terms of the Raleigh Housing Authority, I noticed they weren't mentioned in the affordable housing conversation. A very important asset. We recognize it is not a city entity, but there's no question it's an important partner in terms of providing and protecting housing. So can you talk about our relationship and partnership with the Raleigh Housing Authority?
Great question, Council Member. We have a great relationship with the Raleigh Housing Authority. We have regular meetings with them to talk about different ways we can partner on development initiatives. We keep in touch with them quite regularly. We are talking with them along with the planning department about new models potentially for affordable housing funding. So we're really excited about that. We're just in the exploratory phase of that, but they are very important partners to us in all of this work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and should have been mentioned. So apologize if they were not. They were a puzzle piece up here, but probably shouldn't have got, should have shouted them out a bit more. So thank you for that question.
And I'll just add, we do typically have a presentation from Raleigh Housing Authority annually, I believe. So we should get some updates from them.
Thank you. All right, and with that, I think I'm going to be turning it back over to Pat.
Good morning again. Pat Young with Planning and Development. This is an awful lot of Pat Young for a Saturday morning, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm glad to be joined by some friends who are representing the service delivery departments that are impacted by our growth. So I'm here this morning. Good morning again. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about how we can grow wisely in the coming years. You can see on the slide here the topics we'll be covering during this, hopefully will be brief and engaging presentation. You'll be hearing from me this morning, but this represents the work of these gentlemen and a lot of their team members in their departments, as well as Matt Clem and Ray, all of my staff, who I want to especially recognize because this is a lot of data to pull together in a short period of time. We talked in our earlier presentation about the Milken Institute designation, best performing city out of 400 metro areas. We've been steadily climbing the ranks for the last decade or so. This ranks economic performance in metro areas. We have a strong, sustainable employment growth in diverse sectors. That fact alone is going to continue to attract a lot of new residents and residents that are wealthier on average than existing Raleigheites. And of course, the economic success is in addition to our wonderful people and climate and world-class educational opportunities. So the city, looks like I'm missing one slide. Yeah, it's right there. I'll go back. The city has grown by about 20% since 2010, from right around 400,000 to right around 500,000 today. But our density, as you can see on the right side there, remains low relative to other metro areas. It's increased since the turn of the last century, and that's a lot of the policies that were put in place in 2009, 2013. But that has implications for how we provide services and infrastructure. We'll talk more about that. And I also mentioned briefly that the slide is hard to see, but we're not just growing, we're growing with residents that are bringing a higher income and higher wealth than a lot of our Raleigh residents. That impacts the way we grow. As you can see from this graphic, our city's population has grown significantly, as we just talked about, but the growth of, wondering how I pause this. There you go. How about that? The growth of our city geographically has outpaced the growth of our population, which has been significant. Over 70% of our built environment has been built just since 1980. And lower development, density development, which is what most of those colors represent since about 1970, is more expensive to serve per acre of land with city services and infrastructure than more dense development. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. This map shows in orange annexations that have been done since 2011. 2011 is relevant because there was a major change in state law in that year that prohibited cities from doing involuntary annexations. So prior to 2011, it was a very common practice that the city would extend utilities, which is really the service that most developers and most builders and most people want, is the water and sewer utility that allows you to get urban densities. Without it, you can really only have about 1 unit per acre. With it, you could have well over 100 units an acre easily. So prior to 2011, the General Assembly allowed us to extend utilities, and then once there was enough, a critical mass of growth that was producing revenue tax dollars for the city, we could go and involuntary annex large areas, bring it into the city, and provide services more efficiently, because we had allowed utilities to expand there and growth to occur. With the change in law in 2011, cities are required to provide these services kind of upfront, in advance of the time that we have a critical mass, really at the time in which we have even one development in a new service area. So that's a big change that impacts this conversation as we go forward. So before we dive deeper, let's take a moment to level set the 3 types of areas that the city has control or influence over in managing growth. The first is the city limits. The city limits is the area where property taxes are paid to the city, and residents are entitled to the full suite of public services that the city provides. I am not an attorney. I don't pretend to even play one, not even on TV. We do have 2 in the room that could speak to this, but the standard in the statute is that the same services be provided. In North Carolina, the statute does not specify a level of service. There's some ambiguity about whether that same level of service is required, but the statute says the same services. And so the term annexation, also for those of you at home, is the legal process of bringing land into the city from outside of the city. Extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ, is the area where zoning and land use controls from the city apply, but where landowners have no right to city services. This was put in place many years ago, 1930s, I believe, by the General Assembly, to allow cities to grow, right, to ensure that property at their edge meets their type development standards, appearance, and is ready to be brought into the city. Property in the ETJ requires annexation before coming into the city. Only council can do that. And by policy, the city requires properties in the ETJ that want to access city utilities to come in to the city through annexation, but there are some exceptions. We'll go into that in a minute. And a third category is our potential future jurisdiction. You'll also hear that called our urban services area. These are areas that are outside the city limits and outside the ETJ, but where we've agreed by policy and agreement with Wake County and our peer municipalities, particularly in eastern Wake County, to eventually annex. No legally binding commitment, no timeline, just that we would eventually annex those. Again, that's through policy. So the city limits on this map, and it's a little bit hard to see from where you are, is in light gray, or looks almost light blue in this slide. The potential future jurisdiction is in the dark blue, and then the ETJ is in that kind of medium blue color. The orange represents the annexation since 2011. You also notice that dashed gray line on the bottom right represents the planned final portion of I-540, which is slated to be completed in 2028. That will unquestionably accelerate growth pressure in southeast and northeast Raleigh. So before we dive into the impacts of growth on our city services and infrastructure, let's take a moment to talk about law and policy. Annexation, as I mentioned earlier, is a legal process of bringing land from the ETJ or the unincorporated county into the city. The key point here is that this can only be done, except in very limited circumstances, such as city land, through voluntary petition of the landowner or act of the General Assembly. So that's, again, voluntary on the part of landowners. But it is something that we require by policy if you want utility services, which most folks do if they want to develop their land. We do, in our current comprehensive plan, have policies that talk about how growth within the existing city limits should be prioritized, followed by the extraterritorial jurisdiction, and then the potential future growth area, also called the urban services area here, that I mentioned earlier. We have a series of resolutions that kind of try to enact that, direct staff not to accept annexation petitions outside of the extraterritorial jurisdiction, except in limited circumstances shown on these following slides. I'll pause for a minute and let you read those, but these first several are quite limited, right? These are specific limited carve-outs that prior councils have made for allowing annexation petitions outside the ETJ. These last two here are driving a lot of the requests you're seeing now from Northeast and Southeast Raleigh, where that is adjacent to a satellite area of the city limits. Rather than the primary city limits. Satellite means it's disconnected from the rest of the city limits, or that it's adjacent or close to utilities. And we'll talk more about the implications of these policies and how they impact service delivery. Yes.
Can you go back to the first? I thought I saw Durham County, and that's my area. I just didn't read it. I'm sorry.
Sure. So we have an area in your district that's in Durham County. The city of Raleigh, we have over 1,000 residents at least that are in Durham County. That was agreed to through what's called an annexation agreement, which is an agreement between two municipalities about where annexation will occur, right? So that there's not property owners know who they need to go talk to if they want water and sewer services, whether that's Durham, Knightdale, Rollsville, any of the adjoining towns. We negotiated an agreement with Durham County back in the 90s, and it was that was before there was significant development pressure out there, before Briar Creek existed, and then it was re-upped in 2019 or 2020.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. So it's difficult to generalize about the costs of growth and tax revenues associated with growth, but there are a couple things we can say. The more nodal, and the word I'm using there is NODAL, meaning kind of concentrated, where you have a mix of uses around a center area. And more dense development is more revenue positive than low density sprawling development. And most development is revenue positive in the short term because the roads and infrastructure are new, right? They're accepted from the developer for the city to maintain. They can become revenue negative when there needs to be reinvestments in about 30 years, usually is when you start to see significant costs. Something that interferes with that calculation is when major infrastructure investments like new fire stations, new fire crews, new police crews have to be provided in order to serve these areas. And so we'll get into some examples of that a little bit later. So how does our growth pattern impact public services? First of all, just kind of keep in mind, we provide a lot of services, and this is a kind of an overview of those from our website. And we need to provide all services in any area that we bring into the city limits. So I'll start with transportation. The map here depicts the city-maintained streets in green with highways in white, which are owned and managed by North Carolina Department of Transportation. In most cases of new commercial development or residential subdivisions, the developer will build the internal roads network, but we are very limited in the extent to which we can require off-site improvements of existing roads. And most of the roads in Northeast and Southeast Raleigh, as you know, are, because those areas were, until quite recently, really rural areas, they're what are called farm-to-market roads. They're sometimes very narrow. They don't have curb and gutter. They can have soft shoulders. They're kind of ribbon paved. We are not legally obligated to improve these roads, but it is likely that if we allow suburban development in these areas, we will see significant political pressure to convert these roads to more urban streets with crosswalks, curb and gutter, signals, sidewalks, things of that nature. There is precedent for this in the Leesville Road area of Northwest Raleigh, which was again, until relatively recently, a rural agricultural type area. We've spent millions of dollars, mostly through bonds, improving Leesville Road to a more urban street section to accommodate the growth that's occurred out there over the last 30 years or so. You can see outlined in purple on the right are what we call our Southeast Special Study Area. SESA is on the bottom of your slide, and the Northeast Special Study Area, NESA, is in the Northeast area. These are areas that are in that future anticipated growth area that we agreed by policy with the county and our partners to serve eventually, and then so that you'll see that repeated on these different slides when we talk about the different services. In terms of fire, this is the service you've heard the most about, right? Those little red dots are the existing fire stations. As you've heard from Chief Griffin and others, there's a well-established national standard for fire response called NFPA, National Fire Protection Association Standards. It's strong, it's a well-established standard. It contributes to the lower home insurance rates we have here in Raleigh. through what's called the ISO program, Insurance Services Office. But it is not a legally binding standard. It's a standard that we've adopted so that we have good fire service and we can get lower insurance rates for our residents and that we can help protect their safety. You can see the location of existing fire stations. Many of these, of course, need replacement or retrofitting to meet modern standards and equipment. And the lack of existing service in the northeast and southeast area is going to necessitate new stations and new service. And so fire, I'll remind you, is an entirely general fund service. Impact is directly on the general fund rather than serve end users such as builders and developers. Next is police. Police currently has 6 service districts. They're shown on this map. Police is less reliant on facilities to support their operations. In other words, most services are deployed from patrol vehicles, but there's still a need for districts and for facilities, certainly vehicles and personnel to serve newly annexed areas in the face of a large number, particularly in the face of a large number of vacancies that have been talked about here in PD. And the same as fire, that's the general fund impact. So again, I'll let you address any questions you want to Deputy Chief Boyce, but there may be new service areas or expansion of service areas to serve these areas. Parks is another service where there's not a firmly established service standard, although we do have an aspirational standard to have a park within walking distance of folks' residences. We do, of course, have a very robust parks program. Those are shown in green on this map. But we would expect there to be demands for new parks with a diversity of programs in these northeast and southeast growth areas. And these services are very limited today. Solid waste is a partially offset by user fees, right? That's a partial enterprise fund, but partially by the general fund. As you can see from this map, there are currently 4 service days, so a significant expansion of our service area. These 2 areas in purple are about twice the size of inside the Beltline, for context. So a significant expansion of our service area would lead to a conversation about how to ensure comparable service in these areas, likely involve more vehicles and personnel. And then finally, public utilities. Public utilities is the main driver of urban growth. As you well know, we are a regional service provider for, I think it's 6 towns in southern and eastern Wake, as well as Raleigh. The need to install infrastructure to serve those towns is a significantly and kind of almost dramatically attracting development because folks are seeing that those lines are available. And of course, that's the prerequisite for urban levels of development. It's certainly not Raleigh Water's intention, but that is part of what's been happening. It's important to note that utilities are an enterprise function, which means that substantially all the costs of extending this very expensive service are borne by the end user. So as I noted earlier, growth into areas that aren't currently served by service and infrastructure that necessitate general fund investments up front, as I said, because we can't do involuntary annexations, we have to serve those areas as soon as we bring them into the city. It means a large and sometimes not revenue productive development can occur at suburban densities. It's more expensive overall than denser growth and more expensive per acre of land. I'll show some examples here. This happens to be in the Oakwood neighborhood, but this could really be anywhere inside the urban portions of our city. This is Watauga Street. On 460 feet of road, there's 45 units, tax-paying units, making services very cost-effective, very efficient, easier to serve, and more revenue positive, right, than lower density development. So this is an example from a newly developing area in Southeast Raleigh off Rock Quarry Road. It could be anywhere where we're growing. You'll see there's a significant development to the northwest, which is in the city. But the subdivision to the northeast is a county subdivision, very unlikely to come into the city limits. They have well and septic tanks. And then the land to the south and the east is largely rural or undeveloped. And so providing services in areas like this is more costly, less efficient, and more challenging. The more compact development, especially with a mix of uses, is valued higher than lower density development. This is the location of those 2 examples. So you saw a very similar slide earlier. This is a total assessed value per acre. The development that's in more mixed-use areas and in more compact areas is usually valued much higher. It therefore generates a lot more revenue and is a lot more cost-effective to serve. It ends up significantly subsidizing areas outside of the where you see the higher valuation. So that's kind of a side conversation, not directly related to growth, but that in maximizing the value of those areas where we can receive more provide more efficient services and receive more tax value is critical to maintaining our service levels in existing suburban contexts. But this is especially true out in these NESA and SESA areas. So I will say, let me go back for a minute. From a policy perspective, the SESA plan, which was adopted in 2022, I believe it might have been 23, and the NESA plan, which is underway soon, our goal and intent based on council's feedback was and is to encourage, and in some cases require, more nodal compact development at denser development densities to make it more cost effective to serve these areas. The recent state legislation, SB 382, impacts our ability to create nonconformities and enact down zoning that might be required to deliver on that. So we are working with the attorney's office and with our staff to, in context of that new legislation, to see if we can do that, if we can realize that vision. But we really have concerns about our ability to deliver, in light of those provisions, to deliver the level of density that would be long-term revenue positive for the community. So we have a very relevant recent nearby precedent. This is what happened in the town of Apex in 2013. I'm picking on Apex. We could have used Holly Springs or Fuquay or other areas in western Wake County. But in 2013 and 2014, the I-540 project came through the edge of the Apex community. So what happened in a period of less than 5 years, they almost doubled the size of their town. 5,200 acres was annexed into the community. And that was done at very low densities, right? That's about 3.1 units an acre. That's an average suburban density here in Raleigh and in most places. So that was over 10,000, 14,000 units and almost 11,000 constructed since 2013. So we could and should expect the same type of development pressure. We're already seeing it with some of the cases that are coming before you in southeast and northeast Raleigh. So what are we doing to make sure that we are growing wisely? We have 3 things underway. We are aligning our annexation policy with Raleigh Water's utility connection policies to ensure that council gets the opportunity to approve any development before any development approvals are sought. With concurrent roughly with the adoption of the UDO, we allowed folks to get some reviews and approvals as a courtesy before, but not final approval. We realize there's concern with that it kind of paints council in a corner. We want to make sure that you all have as much discretion as possible in deciding who's brought into the city and when. And so that's well underway. There are some cases that are in the pipeline that will not meet that, but coming within the next several months, you'll be seeing these before anybody else does. We're working to hire a consultant that will help us provide a more detailed cost of services estimate for the SESA and NESA areas, and you're well aware of the fire master plan that is scheduled to be delivered in April that will look at the cost of services and to provide both within the existing city limits and out in the SESA and NESA. So in addition to these steps, we're recommending an additional 3 items for a total of 6 to help give you the information you need to make good decisions about growth in our community, especially at the suburban fringe. We want to work with our service delivery departments to develop a level of service standard. We talked about the NFPA standard. Again, it's a great standard. It may be we want to have a modified standard that meets maybe our budgetary constraints and needs better. We want to work with the other departments who don't have a published service standard to have a service standard, and then that would be really something that you could use as you deliberate on zoning and growth issues and budget issues, because it really is, at the end of the day, a budgetary issue. What level of services are we able to support and provide, and to try to make a really what amounts to a political commitment, because it's not legally binding, to provide a certain standard minimum level of service. I think another thing we want to do is identify what we're calling committed and uncommitted growth areas. Committed areas are areas such as that area inside, I'm sorry, let me find the right map. Areas inside, there it is. The city, inside the ETJ and near where those annexations have occurred, we want to develop some criteria. For example, proximity to utility lines, existing service for some of these other services represented by the gentleman to my right, and really work with our budget and finance folks to give you all a detailed plan for how we will fund and finance service improvements in those areas where there's been prior commitments made to growth. We also want to identify what we're going to call uncommitted areas, which are these areas where you see limited or no city limits or ETJ, and really do two things there. Recommend policy to you that would recommend no further annexations or growth of the extraterritorial jurisdiction until and unless we have a fiscally constrained plan to serve those areas without a significant impact on the tax base, or we find partners in Eastern Wake County, if you all have the appetite to do that, such as Garner, Knightdale, Wake Forest, Rollsville, that may want to provide service in these areas. That's an alternative that you all have. So with that, I'll be happy to take questions or direct questions to one of my colleagues here who are operationally impacted by these issues. Thank you all.
I will start off with the questions. And this is kind of like a general question for the entire panel. One of the things that we hear a lot from our constituents is, Raleigh's growing really quickly. The annexations are contributing to stress or pressure on our ability to deliver service to folks. And so I guess in each of your respective departments, how would you address the city's ability and capability to respond and provide service to to the community, even with the increase of annexations?
It's on? Okay. That's a great question, Councilman Ford. The primary thing that we talk about in the Raleigh Fire Department, I have to educate my employees. The education is on the safety aspect. There's 3 risks associated with annexations. Number 1 is firefighter risk, all right? Because they're responding to a structure that's a 15-minute response time. At the 7-minute mark, that structure can flash over. If a person's trapped inside, they know they have to make entry. You getting back feed for mine?
Breaking news.
We heard everything, Rico. We heard everything.
All right, continuing on. A flashover means the structure of flashover due to intensity and heat. That's at 7 minutes. That's with lightweight construction, and that's what we're using right here. All right? So lightweight construction versus legacy construction is a 45-minute for a legacy structure to burn versus under 20 minutes for lightweight constructions, which we're primarily building here in the city. Second risk is for the person that's trapped in that house, or if we're doing CPR. You're talking about a 15-minute response time for somebody that's doing CPR or a structure that's burning. The third risk is property conservation. If I have a 20-minute response time, I just told you the burn time on a structure. Likelihood of us saving your property through property conservation is going to be very decreased. So education has been the biggest thing the last 6 months. Every time we have annexation, I speak about this in my command staff meetings to talk to them about the actual risk associated with it. Our goal is to minimize risk for the community, but also have to educate firefighters on firefighter safety.
All right, first time here and first time on a panel. Lucky me, right?
Who are you?
Oh, yes. Gregory Jenkins II. I'm the interim director in solid waste. What I would say in my short period of time in solid waste is that, kind of like the chief said, it's a lot of conversations with staff trying to figure out the level of service that they're seeing out in the field, right? So like we know we have routes that we run Tuesday through Friday, residential, and then downtown Monday through Friday. And one of the things that I think we are just seeing right now with annexations is how do we maintain that, right? A weekly service and you continue to add homes to it when which staff is already thin, right? Vehicles are limited. It makes it kind of difficult to kind of keep it going because then we get misses because people are trying to reach goals that might be unattainable. And so then we're having to navigate that, right, to make sure that we're delivering the same service to everybody. And so I think that, in short, is kind of how I would answer that.
Hey, so Paul Callum, Transportation Director, so great question. We really have to lean on our partners at NCDOT. As Pat had mentioned, a lot of what we're seeing in these areas around annexation, a lot of the interior roads or City of Raleigh, we can look at regulatory requirements and exactions through our code, but a lot of the development that you're seeing are touching major NCDOT roads. So we are really leaning on our partners to make sure we are looking at mobility, not just from a vehicle standpoint, but we're looking at bicycle infrastructure, sidewalks, again, walkability. Those, again, are the challenges that we have. And we continue to work with our partners at the Metropolitan Planning Organization, as many people know, CAMPO, Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. But many of the council, you hear about traffic congestion. And again, we try to get out in front of this as much as we can based on some of the growth areas that we're seeing in the city. But as y'all have heard in many of your conversations over the last couple of days, construction dollars are just continuing to go up. So for our forces and NCDOT, dollars just don't go as far. And so a lot of those are going to continue to be challenges, I think, we see at least around transportation, not only building something, but then we've got to maintain it, or those organizations have got to maintain it at the end. So those are just some of the challenges that I see here in our transportation.
Deputy Chief Boyce, you had stepped out, but my question was, with the number of annexations that we've got, we're hearing from residents and constituents who've got concerns about the city's ability to provide service as we're bringing more people, more communities into the city. So just could you address briefly what RPD is doing in terms of being prepared as we're increasing the annexations?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, within the Raleigh Police Department, we've been looking at growth and where it's going. And just like the slide indicated, we have 6 police districts. We realize that we soon will need a 7th police district in that northeast, southeast section of the city. Until we get to that point, what have we done is when we get additional recruits coming out the academy, we've added an additional squad to those districts. Our southeast district is our only police squad with three squads right now. We're looking at adding a 3rd squad in the northeast district. And what I mean by squad is a sergeant and 20 officers that can cover that additional area that's annexed into the city. That is, I guess, a Band-Aid right now until we can get that 7th district. It's been working very well for us, like the Southeast District, that all the growth out towards Battle Bridge, the Chastain area, the Barwell area, that has been covered by our 430 squads. Back when even Chief Deck Brown was here, we looked at adding a 440 squad to the Southeast District. That is a very easy way to cover that area. It increases our response time in that new annex area that we're seeing along Rock Quarry Road, Pool Road, New Hope. And we can just duplicate that throughout the city until we can get that physical building, that 7th district online. And obviously that will be a CIP issue down the road for us. As far as some other internal strategies that we're doing, our detective division, bottom line is they're officers first. A lot of other agencies our size, they utilize their detectives maybe 1 shift a week, 1 day a week, and put them back out on patrol to answer calls. That's something we have not done here at RPD, but something that we're looking at doing going forward just to cover the growth here in the city. So we're prepared. It's just which option we're going to take. With me being on the operations side, I would like to use the option of just adding another squad to the existing districts, northeast and the southeast, because that doesn't involve, like say, building a physical building. I will say when we get to building a physical building, I would like to explore the option of a dual police fire building. We're building one building, half of it's fire, half of it's police, and we're going to cover the same coverage area anyway. So to help taxpayers, we're only building one building, but we're splitting it between the two public safety departments. So that is something that, I look forward to in the future of starting to do that here in Raleigh.
The city manager said, and save money.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I did not know he was going to say that, but I'm glad he did. I have kind of lifted that up for the past 2 or 3 years. That is the wave of the future. That is the only way municipalities are going to be able to afford the growth that is happening without raising taxes to the point that it becomes detrimental to our growth.
Yes, sir.
Hello. So lots of folks have questions about water supply. And of course, we do our water supply planning in decades, right? So currently, we're working with the Triangle Water Supply Partnership, do a regional plan. It's a 7-county area to look at what the needs are for all of us in the year 2070. Thankfully, our original forecast suggested we would need a new water supply by 2045. Some of the new modeling with climate change projections could possibly extend that to like 2060 because we're expecting more wetter years. So big picture wise, we are looking for our next water supply, but that's not like the need for tomorrow. We are expanding our water plants to be sure that we provide that capacity. E.M. Johnson Water Plant is currently in a project that will extend its capacity from 82 million gallons per day to 120 million gallons per day, so we can stay ahead of that. Back to the chief's point about fire protection. So our water system, that infrastructure is really sized to meet fire flows. It's all about how much water can make it to that fire hydrant. So we work with our developers in extensive modeling to make sure that we're getting the right size pipe in the ground to meet that fire protection. The actual water consumption is very rarely a driver in how that infrastructure is sized. And we're also trying to work with our master planning to make sure we partner with developers when we can to upsize a main, if you will, so that it's available for the next development. We've been very fortunate. We've taken advantage of technology that we haven't had to add a lot of staff in the last several years. Better equipment, better technologies help that, but we are rapidly growing and adding infrastructure in the years. So eventually that's going to catch up. We're going to need more folks to do the maintenance.
You mentioned that we're extending perhaps the water supply to 2060 instead of 2045. And I missed why.
Okay, so a lot of that has to do with climate change models. So we're looking at those forecasts, and so we're seeing wetter years. And so for a city like Raleigh that gets their water supply from lakes, that gives you the ability to store those larger storms. Now, a community that pulls out of the river, like, a Johnson County, for instance, can't really depend on that because, run of the river has no storage. But, for Raleigh and Cary, it's actually showing a benefit.
So thank you. Couple questions, and this is kind of for Pat. We know our challenges and the things that we're facing, and I understand your planning department does. I don't know if others know. Raleigh planning meets with Knightdale planning on certain things because we're growing literally on top of each other. So, how are other of our neighboring towns addressing some of these growth challenges as they're expanding? And I'm sure they may not have as many annexations as we are, but they are growing.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think all of our peer jurisdictions in Wake County, there's 14 municipalities in Wake County, are looking at the same suite of issues, right? I just think it's more significant for us given the scale and size of the area that we had, again, back in the 1990s, agreed to grow into those northeast and southeast areas. I I think an important point, and Whit alluded to it, is any of those Eastern Wake towns, the 6 partner towns, are growing off of our water supply, right? So that's been their biggest constraint, and so their ability to get additional allocation out of that is really the regulator on the main regulator on their growth, right? And we don't really have that as much, so it creates the potential for more growth, which puts a bigger burden on us to identify how we're going to provide all the other services besides water and sewer. So I'm trying to answer your question. I mean, there's been a whole, between the 14 jurisdictions, the other 13, a lot of different techniques. I think there's interest in growing from all of those Eastern Wake towns, Garner, Knightdale, Rollsville, Wendell, Zebulon, and Wake Forest. From our conversations with them, I think they are trying to do the same math and evaluations that we're trying to do in terms of these complementary services. But because a higher percentage of their growth, even more than us, I told you 70% since 1980, is new growth. So they've made these investments, and they're in a slightly different mindset of they're trying to get as much revenue, kind of capitalize on revenue to pay for those investments they've already made. So I think they're in a little bit more of a pro-growth posture, whereas we're going to have to catch up on some of the investments if we want to continue to grow in that area in the way we have in the past. Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm sure we can go more detail later. But question as far as the water, when's the next time we'll get an update on the Little River expansion conversation? Because I'm aware of it from being here, but I know not all council members are.
Yeah. So I'll be sure to include a brief slide on that in the budget presentation. We are working on 2 alternatives, really. We're looking at Little River water supply reservoir versus a pipe in the Neuse River just upstream of the Neuse River plant. Those are the 2 alternatives we're evaluating.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Jones, I know, had a next question. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just want to kind of talk to the public. In every annexation and every rezoning, we have our backup materials in which each department says, hey, this where a lot of us, when we say, hey, we see a fire concern, we see it in that backup material. So first of all, I really encourage residents to take deep dive. I understand it's a lot of paper, it's a lot of words, but there's important information from each one of these and more departments to let you know and shed a light on what the city is already communicating about. My first question is there anything that in those backup materials that we need to highlight more so that isn't reflected in there, or is that really a comprehensive list of all the concerns that you guys feel regarding annexations and rezonings?
I mean, I'll start. So I think we have worked with the partners, as you suggested, and they've worked with us to try to get these concerns communicated more and better, and I think they've done a good job. I think when we look at a fiscal analysis of these, it's for a 10-year period, and it doesn't contemplate, because there hasn't been any direction provided about what level of service we're trying to make. There hasn't been any major new investments, new stations, new crews, new squads, and for police. That's not baked into those analyses. Really, it's just kind of a stay the course, use existing resources to serve these areas. So I think our commitment from the planning side is to work with these departments to make sure that more nuanced analysis is in there, and then that we uplift that when it's in one of these annexation areas. But I'll let my colleagues talk about how they are communicating that.
Thank you.
Well, pardon me, I'm Herbert Griffin, the Fire Chief and Director of Emergency Management, for those that don't know me in the room. From my perspective, I started incorporating the fire service concerns roughly 2 years ago to give you an idea of what the challenges are. I guess the question would be for me is, what else are you looking for as it relates to public safety, or what you want to see in those packets of annexations?
I think that's a question we can definitely delve into and come back. I don't know that I had the answer for you right now, but I will take that back, and I'm sure other councilors will as well. But I think as I review those, because thank you for in the last 2 years including those, that's really what I'm looking for to highlight. What questions should I be asking to the developer, to this, at the public hearing, so that we're highlighting the concerns of the community and making sure they understand that we're encompassing all of those concerns into all of our growth as we move forward. So I'll have a better answer in the future, but thank you for that question. I will think about it.
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have some?
I did. I know about 2 or 3 years ago, we got an update on the projected cost to do a update on the stormwater system, and it was about $800 million at that time. Does that sound familiar to you?
Sorry, y'all. So that is accurate. That is
Okay.
accurate. Yeah.
So I was wondering if that number's still accurate now, or if you would be bringing us to like a more updated, or
Yeah, I'd probably have to defer to Rich.
bring us a more updated number.
Hello, Rich Kelly, Engineering Services Director, and stormwater falls under my purview. The number you heard, 800 million, was correct. I think if anything, it's only gone up some since probably the last time you heard it, but you'll be getting an update of that with the budget presentation coming up soon, so you'll hear more.
I mean, and just following up, if we got a 15-year extension on our water supply, you would think that would have big impacts on stormwater if we're expecting that much more rain.
For stormwater, absolutely. We're experiencing more and more storms, more intense storms, as we all know, so you're completely right, Mayor.
Councilmember Silver and then Patton.
Pat, can you go back to the Ray Ull slide? And please thank him on my behalf for the years of great work on these slides. Just responding
Which one? Ray did all these maps.
Oh, the one with the spike, with the fiscal,
sure. Yep.
more efficient, less efficient.
There it is.
Yeah. So Councilmember Jones asked a question about what should be included in the rezoning applications, whether it's annexation or just a regular zoning. You had one that toggled less tax efficient and more tax efficient. I don't know if it's just a toggle. Is that part of the conversation? Basically what it's saying is the areas that are showing more tax efficient basically help subsidize other development throughout the city, which help keeps our taxes low. And I'm assuming the less tax efficient are development patterns, including on annexation, that may require some level of subsidies because they're less efficient. Is that part of the zoning conversation? Because I don't think most people understand if you are concerned about downtown and midtown development, as the slide is showing, they're basically helping keep your taxes low. Is that part of the rezoning application? Because if we have more growth where we want it, it can help pay for some of the services that are less efficient in our lower density areas, and particularly in the areas that may experience, or at least close, in annexation.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the only way that we do that now is through reference to some of the policies that relate to, which I displayed one of them, capitalizing and investing in town development as a priority. In terms of actual more detailed fiscal analysis, no, we have not done that historically. As you know, it can be a challenging issue because we do need development in areas that are lower cost and maybe not as tax efficient, but that provide housing or some other benefit to the community. So we've been really careful about how we communicate that. There's more we can do, but I think your overarching point that's tried to show in this slide is very well taken, which is really in order to maintain these service levels in these other areas, we need to get the maximum efficiency out of the more efficient tax areas.
Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, I have a handful. Pat, can you go to the one that has the dark gray with the Nessa and Sessa? Yeah.
This one, that one.
That one. Okay, so I'll have a handful of questions, but I'll stick with this map for a sec. So yours, basically, these two areas are at high development pressure, but like also putting a pressure on our resources and likely to create financial, like we're going to come into financial and resource providing issue, right? So you're going to bring us back some options. It sounds like one of the options is to kind of just draw in a really tight line here, and these areas that are mostly solid dark blue, it sounds like option one will be like just kind of commit to doing nothing right now, or another option is to ask Rollsville or Knightdale if they want to have them.
Right.
And like it will depend on the appetite, but there will be trade-offs to choosing either one of those. Can you kind of characterize the trade-off? I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking if we hand over some of that land to Rollsville, it's going to develop in much the same way. Like, it's still going to be suburbia. And so things like traffic congestion will not be mitigated. Our obligation to provide fire and police will be mitigated, but we'll still be providing the water, and the roads will still be congested. So what are, like, and maybe we'll be sacrificing things like street trees or, I mean, I don't know the zoning codes for all these places, like perhaps building in the floodplain will be allowed if we hand over these lands. So kind of what are the trade-offs for either of those options?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So first of all, I'll say I think we believe as staff, and again, this could be something for further deliberation, because of the existence of 540 and the trunk utility infrastructure to serve the Eastern Weight towns, eventually these areas will have to develop. So I think that's just, I just want to get that on the record, that we think they're outside water supply watersheds. There's really nothing inherently keeping that against that. I think what we're going to have to do is really begin to assiduously develop a fiscally constrained plan to serve those areas, or find a partner. To your question about these partners, yes, I think it's fair to say Raleigh's development code is significantly more exacting than all of our other Wake County jurisdictions except Cary, which is roughly comparable. Different, but comparable in a lot of ways. It would depend on which jurisdiction we're talking about, and we could bring you that breakdown and that assessment of, right, do they require sidewalks, do they require street trees, what are their floodplain development rules? You gave several examples. I don't have that in front of me. I can just say that that is probably part of the trade-off, that those would be lesser standards. Are they meaningfully different? Are they meaningfully lesser? I think one of the issues that's a real question mark and a real challenge area is, because of this recent state law, SB 382, now known as SL 2457, I believe, our ability to rezone areas to try to accomplish the outcomes that would be meaningfully different, right? Maybe having something like, one of the things we've talked about internally, just for conversation, is like 10 units an acre. That's kind of where you start to get really efficient provision of service and high levels of return. The spikier spikes, as you saw on the last slide. We really probably can't do that now, because we can't take away the agricultural and some of the other commercial zoning that we have, unless that law is changed, and it might be this. The session starts next week. So does that answer your question? I know that was a lot.
Yeah, no, I think so. And it just sounds like you can bring us some of those trade-offs when you come back to us again.
That's right. I think first we're already in some conversations with some of these communities, if there's any appetite whatsoever. Like, if there's not, then I think we're kind of back to square one of under what timeline and what cost are we going to need to invest.
Okay. Are we at time?
We're getting close, but you're fine.
Okay. Another question. When we are presented with the backup materials for an annexation, we are given a chart for a 10-year financial outlook. And I do look closely at those when I'm considering the ones in my district, as well as the fire service levels that are provided to us. But it's just 10 years, and I noted that in your presentation you said that 30 years is when the sort of revenue negativity comes. When you come back to us, is there like a way that can be illustrated, or is 10 years really as far as we can forecast out?
Yeah, so that's a great question as well. You start to get into some real methodological challenges about how you discount the value of money in the future, in the distant future. Mm-hmm. We can work with Budget Management Services, helps produce those analysis. That 10 years is really where we can kind of, the very edge of what we can foresee in terms of trends and costs, and therefore the discount rate you use to apply what constitutes positivity and negativity. So there's some challenges, it's a short answer, but we can characterize those more fully. I think over the really long term, most of this development is revenue positive. It's just how long a period are you going to have to subsidize it through other tax-paying funds elsewhere in the city. So that's what we'll try to help tell that story better. That's one of those 6 items we committed to do today.
Councilmember Harrison, and then I may wrap up just so we can get, unless there's any strong questions. Okay, we'll have 2 more. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I really think this is an important conversation that we have not had in full, at least not since my time on council. And I want us to really assess whether these new areas on the east are worth it financially, because what I hear from a lot of residents that are from areas of Raleigh that have been, developed for a long period of time is that they don't see the benefits of growth. And so when we talk about our affordable housing goals and missing middle, one of the struggles that we face is they say, well, my infrastructure is not getting any better. There's more residents, but we're not getting the sidewalks, or seasonal, loose leaf collection doesn't happen as often. I was out with the loose leaf team just a few weeks ago, and, they have to go down every single road and look for leaves. And the more roads we have, although it's going to take a bit longer. And our folks who do loose leaf collection, if they weren't doing that, they would be fixing our potholes or, mowing in the right of way. And so all of our resources are constrained with this growth. And I don't want to be known as sprawly anymore. I really don't. And if we can think of a way or figure out a way to move forward that doesn't continue this kind of development pattern, I just want to emphasize that this is a challenge we should take on as in this term.
I think that's a good point to make that I was going to share about sort of a next step for council in terms of discussion you all should be having. I think you mentioned this in your slides, Pat, in terms of what you see as the standard for service delivery that can guide your staff as they give you information, right? So what do you think is, and I know Councilmember Branch, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And it kind of leads to what Councilor Harrison stated. But my question, this is more probably comment, is we talk about people moving, and even people here moving. We just had a presentation about housing and someone in a certain house moving to another house. So a lot of the development that we're driving as a city is rental. And one of the things I hear people say is, well, I want to own. And if we know, even for townhomes or things of that nature, in order to build them, you need land to build it. Because, no one wants a townhome on top of a townhome on top of a townhome. So you have to have the land, which pushes out people to move where there is land, where there's farmland that's no longer being farmed. So how do we balance the desires of someone who's been in an apartment for 10 years and says, hey, I want to finally own a home? How do we balance that growth with also looking at these services and needs? And maybe the answer is we give it to another municipality. Well, Raleigh Water, Raleigh Sewer is still going to service those areas. So how do we make sure that we're benefiting from that in some way? It may not be, the profit margin may not be 15%. It may only be 5%, but it's still a margin that I think long-term benefits everybody. And also the residents know when they hear a Raleigh service, is something extra comes with it that I think they hold home to. So just something to think about when we say, hey, we want to balance costs. I care about taxes. I care about making sure taxes are as low as possible. But then we have people who want to own a home. Where are they going? Because they can't be built on Fayetteville Street.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add to the discussion. When we got the #1 ranking from the is it Millikan Institute, so many folks were saying, "Oh, Raleigh's a big city." Like, question: are we a big city? I think what people fail to appreciate is we are bigger than Minneapolis and Miami and Pittsburgh. We're not that much smaller than Atlanta. The issue is we just grew in a really sprawled manner, and so we have a high population, but they're not. Most of our population is not centralized. And I don't want to be known as sprawly anymore either. And so we may be getting to a point where we have to say as a collective body, we do not want to annex any more land. We don't want to grow in that manner. But it has to be accompanied with a willingness to make the necessary zoning changes that we have and sticking with them to allow for the population growth to occur in areas near existing employment and amenities. And I think that is a struggle sometimes for our constituents and residents is they say, I don't want my neighborhood to change, I don't want density, but I want low taxes and I want high quality city services. That version of the Venn diagram doesn't exist. And so if we want low taxes and high quality city services and to prevent sprawl, we have to make it easier for folks to build in existing areas. And so that may mean townhomes on top of townhomes. That may mean that we have a high frequency of transit and high density of housing surrounding it. And so our neighborhoods will change over time, and the built environment of our city will change over time. But we have to be able to explain that information to folks. And sometimes, just like the video we watched, is what people are feeling, there's a disconnect from the policies that are being put in place. I think that is the challenge. But I agree, I don't want to continue to sprawl. I want to get our first bus rapid transit line up and running, and I want to be able to provide amenities like parks and green spaces and retail that folks can walk to. And that's the goal that I see, but we just have to be able to get there.
Thank you. Okay, I know I saw almost one thought, but it looks like we're wrapping up. So with that, anything anyone staff want to add before we wrap up? Perfect. All right, we are going to move into lunch, so it's 12:10. So we're going to try and be back here around 1, says Michelle, 1 o'clock, to get started on your next agenda item. Thank you all. If All right, welcome back from lunch, everyone. We are going to get started on the next item of our agenda, which is boards, commissions, and committees, broadly community engagement focus. And I'm going to turn over to the Assistant City Manager to kick us off for this discussion. Yep.
Working? Yes, great. Good afternoon. Hi. So, I am excited to bring you this presentation today. I will say I am pinch hitting today for Ms. Taisha Mosley, who is our Community Engagement Director. Unfortunately, she is home ill. But want to acknowledge her hard work in putting together the information that you're about to see, and I'm going to present to you. Also want to acknowledge our City Clerk's office, specifically our Deputy City Clerk, Cassidy Pritchard, who also played a really, really large role in pulling together some of the information I'm going to present to you in pretty short order. And I know that there's a strong desire to expedite the afternoon, so I will not belabor the hour and try to deliver this information to you as concisely as I can. So just a couple of level setting things, just to frame, again, this conversation. So we are presenting this topic. We understand that as the agenda was being built for, as the agenda was being built for the retreat, there were some conversations among you all about boards and commissions broadly. I think in kind of some more specifically questions about the way that they function, the way that we support them as staff, and ultimately this question of are the boards, committees, and commissions as they're currently constructing delivering on your expectations of them and vice versa. And so I will say we are not in position to answer that question for you, but as staff. But what I'm hoping to do with this presentation is at least give you a very kind of a foundation to begin to answer those questions, give you some insight and some context for what currently exists, how the boards are structured now, how we support them, to kind of help lay the foundation for you all to ultimately answer that question about whether you want to see changes, and if you want to see some changes, maybe what character those changes may look like. So I'll start with a snapshot. I know there's a lot of numbers on the page. I'll try to kind of make sure you understand what all these figures mean. So we have about 29 boards and commissions, 26 of which you can see are on Granicus. And when we say on Granicus, that is publicly available to view, to submit applications for. We track data for them. I think you all are familiar with the dashboard. So we have 26 of those boards that are on Granicus, publicly viewable with all the data that you all are now accustomed to seeing. Of the 26, 20 are supported by our Department of Community Engagement. And when I say supported, I'll get a little bit deeper in terms of what specifically that means in terms of support, but for the purpose of right now, supported just means the staff liaisons for those various boards and commissions are sort of are brought together by the Department of Community Engagement. And the department also does agenda management and planning for those boards, meaning they forecast the calendar for when those boards will be making their presentation of their annual work plans to you all for their approval. So as you know, we have different categories. We have advisory boards, quasi-judicial boards. So again, 16 of the 20 that are supported by community engagement fall into the advisory board category. 4 of the 20 fall into the category of quasi-judicial boards. All right, so this is just a snapshot. Again, this is something that you should probably be pretty accustomed to seeing. This is the dashboard that we maintain of all the 26 active boards that are on Granicus. You can see the applicant data, how many are filled, whether terms are expiring. It's something that we've put in place here recently to kind of help. You see the district representation breakdown of composition of the boards. I'll say clearly, y'all, this was a snapshot I think we took about last week. So you can see, pat yourselves on the back. You've been doing really great with appointments. So just 10 currently unfilled seats across all those boards. And this is just a visual representation, further breaks down some of how those boards split out in terms of categories and support. So the 20 that you see pictured here are the 20, again, that our Department of Community Engagement supports. You will notice that there are asterisks beside 2, the Community Engagement Board being one, then the Civil Service Commission being the other. The reason for those asterisks is because they are not purely just council appointees. As you all know, there are staff appointments or other appointments that are made outside of just the council appointment process. So that's the purpose for the asterisk there. And then you also have these, what we just characterize as external agencies. These are, as you look through the list, you can see these are not necessarily boards or commissions that council has full appointment authority or oversight of. They are entities that we either have representation to, whether that's staff representative, a council representative, a combination of both in some of these instances. So these are just some of the others that are out there that have some nexus to the city, but aren't supported exactly in the same way as the first list that I just showed you. Oh, let me go back. Yes.
It's 14. Is that on top of are they included in the 30?
No.
So that's another.
That's another group.
So we're really at around 44 boards.
When you consider these external agencies, yes. Yes. And then to muddy the water even more, we got these other entities which really don't fall for various reasons, which I won't get into. That's one of the things I didn't lay out of the initially when I started, we're not going to get real, unless you all want to get deep into the function of some of these specifically. But these groups, for different reasons, have just a different character to them. They're, again, some nexus to council, but have some uniqueness to them that falls outside of kind of the normal appointment processes or normal ways that we engage, again, that first set of 20 that I showed you. Yes. Councilman.
Not to complicate things, but I know very often there's a special task force. Are those listed as well? Because I'm assuming they need to be appointed. It has a sunset, a specific task. Is that part of this conversation? Because I'm assuming, do we have those task forces as well, or they're all embodied within these internal or external entities?
It's a great question, Councilman Civil. We do not at this moment have task force, but who knows what the future may hold, but not at present. Okay, so again, just more information to lay the background context for you. What you're looking at here are the next couple of slides will be demographic data about the current composition of the boards, both the folks that are seated and both the applicants. So the pie charts on the left will represent the demographics of the membership of the current boards, and on the right side, you'll have the demographics of the applicant pool. And so I'll just, as I go through this, what I will say high level is that you on the whole have a really representative group in terms of the composition of your boards and commissions. They do reflect pretty closely the city's demographic data. And I'll also note the members who are seated, their demographics very closely mirror the demographics of those in the applicant pool. So I'll breeze through these quickly. I know you've got the information in front of you. But again, this shows the gender breakdown between current board members and applicants to boards. Very closely mirrored, very nicely split. Same thing as you consider the age breakdown of current members of boards and prospective members of boards, the applicants. And a very good spread. From, you got 21 or younger on the low end, that's a small sliver, and then the orange being 61 or over, our senior members of our community, so and everything else in between there. Okay, so I said I'd tell you a little bit more about the specifics of what our community engagement department does to support, so this is that moment. And so over the last, I'll just say, the last probably 2 to 3 years, we have, as a staff, put a real strong emphasis on beefing up our support, the staff support that's offered to boards and commissions, the consistency that we're trying to create among the ways boards and commissions present themselves to you, the way that they are supported behind the scenes. And so our Department of Community Engagement has really led that effort. You can see here kind of a listing of the things that they do in that space. So we do have internally a SharePoint site that all the liaisons to the boards that were laid out in the first slide participate and have access to, share resources, share notes. The department has created a manual and a training program for new members of boards and commissions. They also provide liaison support and trainings. Call out a couple of these. The department convenes bi-monthly meetings with all of the board liaisons internally, the staff folks that support those boards. Really, it's a great opportunity for them to share notes, share experiences, commiserate if needed, just to try to understand how they can all do their jobs and perform their roles to the highest degree possible. That summer social bullet you see down there, that was something, I think we've done this twice now. That was an idea that was generated from that liaison group, from the boards themselves. They wanted to have an opportunity to kind of have spaces to come together and connect across boards specifically in an informal way. And so our Department of Community Engagement, and I know that many of you have actually participated and been to the social, which I know the folks on the boards appreciate, but That was something that was specifically requested and again led by Department of Community Engagement. So one of the other things that was created as we tried to put more structure around boards and commissions was an exit survey. And so we have tried to capture information from individuals who, as you can see there, who resign, aren't seeking appointment, or their term has expired. We are trying to capture data about their experience. And so that's a tool that we have been using for a couple of years. Just to give you a sense, this is, I know it's hard to read. There's a survey that's about 16 questions long or so. This is just an example of the types of questions that we ask in that survey. First one reads, the expectations of my role as a board or commission member were met. Second question there, overall the board and committee meetings were productive and efficient use of my time. You can see kind of how we try to tease out what people's experiences are. This is just, and I will say, I didn't pick these quotes, they're a smattering of some of the open-ended responses we have received to recent board departures. I'll say it's skewed negative. We also get positive responses, but this just gives you a flavor of what folks are saying, feeling, thinking as they are exiting their board service with us. So another thing we have, and you all are familiar with it, are the annual work plans of the boards. So those annual work plans are designed to do a few things. It's a report that contains the body of work that board or commission or committee is going to be undertaking for the next 12-month period. And by council resolution 20 plus years ago, all of the advisory boards, with the exception of the quasi-judicial boards, are required on an annual basis to present their work plan and get it blessed by this body. And so that is a really significant thing, I think, to this question of, are they performing roles and carrying out their duties in a way that's supportive of you all's goals as a body? I think this is really the opportunity for you all to put your mark on the work that boards and commissions are undertaking by virtue of your approval of power and authority over their annual work plan. So these are just a couple of little side notes I did not reference, but you have, I don't know if it's in the back maybe of the presentation materials in your binder. There's a handout, again, the city clerk's office worked really hard to pull this together, that shows you a listing of all those boards and commissions, how frequently they meet, terms, all sorts of just kind of contextual information that may be important for you to see. And so some of these notes relate to that. In terms of that question of how frequently they meet, you see some that had a slate of 12 meetings for the calendar year, but they only did 10. In some instances, that might be because the group took a summer break, or they didn't meet for a holiday when they had originally planned on their calendar to be meeting. So that's explains, some of these notes explain some of the variation that you'll see in the data. Obviously, some only meet in special circumstances, Board of Adjustment being a great example. So these notes really are just trying to explain some of the variability that you will see in that document that you've got. Okay. So the last section is some information we've tried to, and I'll caveat this and say it's not perfect, but what staff has attempted to do is show you and demonstrate to you how the boards and commissions currently align with the various key focus areas in the strategic plan, to demonstrate, at least from staff's perspective, where there is alignment. And so, again, I will not read all this to you. You've got this in your material, but you can see, and it's not perfect. This was our first blush effort, so you could probably disagree with some of the categorizations. Some of them could easily bleed into others, but again, tried to demonstrate what that alignment looks like between the board, its purpose, and looking at its mission, its work plan, and the area of our strategic plan that it most closely aligns with. So you'll also notice in these that there are highlighted some boards that are highlighted and others that are not. So let me explain what that is intended to represent. For example, historical resources and museums board and the historic cemeteries advisory board are both colored green, dark green. That is intended to indicate that based on staff's review, there is some close overlap, proximity, alignment in terms of the missions of those two groups. And so same thing. So again, when you see the colors the same, that is staff's way of suggesting to you that these two particular boards or commissions have some close alignment in their missions, their outlooks, their functions. And so that is why that is overlaid on top of this chart. So you saw the first three. This is the groups that align with the last three key focus areas in the strategic plan. Again, I won't recite them. You've got them in front of you to see. And so that is, I promise to be brief. I hope I make good on that promise. So that's all the information that we have to present to you. And at this point, happy to answer questions or just turn the table and turn the floor back over to you to have a discussion about what you may want to see in terms of future direction or action from staff related to these groups.
So I know there's been some times where we've gone in and reevaluated the role or the purpose of the board. Do you have a list of when that has occurred for each board? When the last time an evaluation was done to make sure that the reasoning for its purpose when it was initially set up meet the needs and purposes that we have now?
I do not have that information offhand, Councilmember Branch, but that's something that we could certainly look into.
Okay. All right.
Well, and my question is a little bit different. I know when I started on the council, one of the things for us was as liaisons or council liaisons, the expectation would be that we would attend the board's retreat and attend meetings upon request of the board we were serving. But it wasn't necessarily an expectation that we would be directly and extremely actively involved in the operations and discussions and deliberations of the board. Has anything about that policy changed in the last couple of years as far as you know?
Mayor Pro Tem Ford, not to my knowledge. I mean, I think that was sort of a friendly agreement among members of council in terms of you all deciding about the parameters that you wanted to set for your engagement with boards. I don't know that was something that was necessarily formalized or driven by staff, certainly, but I think that's, again, just representative of how you all have historically decided you've wanted to engage.
Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was part of the reason we were looking at this because I started looking at when I started running like 30 boards and commissions, which is, I believe, a lot more. We don't have a time frame of how many existed in the early 2000s, but a lot more than I remember. And then all these other categories and watching staff, and then when community engagement, that they're supporting 20 of these, and then starting to see some of the emails we've gotten into our inbox about people who said they didn't feel like they got the support, they were resigning. So I guess my hypothesis might be that with a lot of good intention to wanting to value the voices of citizens, we have grafted layers and layers of different committees. And in some ways, it almost dilutes the voice of citizens, because if we don't even know what they're doing, if they don't feel like they're getting support, right? Are we really valuing their time, and are we really getting what we need out of those? And I can say this as my first role was on the Human Relations Commissions, back the very first thing I did with the city of Raleigh. So I just wonder, is there a way to look at? I appreciate that you showed where there may be proximity. For example, the historical District Commission and historical cemeteries. Is there a really good reason why we need both of those? And could the cemeteries, group over time be merged? I was noting they had a few times where they didn't have a quorum. That just may be one example of a way to both value people who care about, historical preservation and staff time, and actually have quorums and a functioning system. So I just put that out there as one possible exploration.
Well, and I'll kind of echo the mayor's sentiments. The other challenge has been for some of these boards. I mean, some of the boards, they're kind of more in demand and people really want to serve on those. But then we have other boards where it's really a struggle to get people to serve. And they, Cassidy's probably well aware, there may be turnover for months just trying to get applicants or get folks to even acknowledge any interest in actually serving on the boards. And maybe so, combining some of those may help with participation, not only in terms of membership, but also quorum.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I will say that on my, I too, the first thing I did was a board, and I was on the Parks Board, and I know that from my experience, I don't know that I best understood what our role was and what that communication was. Like, I never saw our liaison. So anything we discussed at the board, I didn't know if it was getting to council. It wasn't, other than what staff did, if they had something to do. But our overall discussions, I didn't understand as a board member how that transitioned. And so for me, when I got onto council, that was a huge priority for me to make sure that I was present at those boards just so I can highlight any discussion that was happening. Now, that's not to say that that's a requirement that everyone needs, but I think from us, what I have heard from the boards that I serve on is this not understanding what we're looking for and what direction, not that they want us to spell everything out of what they need to do, because they're a functioning group of individuals who can come up with their own plan, but when they look at things or initiatives that we do, how does their work relate to those initiatives? So how are they actually advising council? And that's something that is, of the boards I've served on, whether it's through liaison or as a resident, that's something that we all ask, like, how is my voice heard? So I think that's something that staff can't really answer. I feel like that's a question that as council, we have to say, what is our expectation of the board and what do we want to receive from them? When they present in front of us on a yearly basis, a lot of the times it's at the end of the meeting, and granted, thankfully, our last few meetings have been really short, so I can really pay attention if they were there. But as you guys remember, over the last 2 years, our meetings have gone 5 hours. And by the time we get to their work plans, my brain is like, oh my God. So I can't even promise that I am giving them the attention that they desperately want and that deserve. So I really think this is a great conversation for council to have as to what do we want to use the boards for and how can we best communicate that to them.
And I'll say, because I spoke with all of you about this in our individual conversations, if you had thoughts you wanted to share. And I think a theme is that there's a desire to make sure you have a collective vision. I think you touched on this, like making your mark about what is it that these are all doing for you and the community and how can they advise you. I think having an answer on that's sort of universal as much as it can be universal would be really impactful. It can't necessarily be answered fully today, but would be a great thing to start talking about. Go ahead, Councilmember Silver.
Yeah, when I look at these boards and commissions, and that's why I had mentioned the task force, it's helpful to know how many are reactive. Here's an issue, debate, give us feedback, versus those that are proactive. This is your area of expertise. Tell us what we should be thinking about. I suspect the latter is the one where there is some confusion. Those that are reactive, an item's brought before them. A Parks Board, react to this. Plan Commission, react to this. So I just would like for us to take a deep look to see, is the issue with the reactive boards where they have a specific role? Here's an item, for whatever reason, we're asking for your advice, versus those that are proactive, Human Relations Commission, give us your thoughts about X, Y, and Z. So I don't know if we look at it that way, where that's where some of I haven't seen the work plans yet, so I'd get a better pulse then. A task force, for example, has a specific task. We're doing an analysis of X, or let's say we're going to do analysis on the urban tree canopy. Come together to give us your thoughts. There's a specific mission built in versus, hey, here's a subject matter. You meet and just tell us what should we thinking about. I don't know if those are the boards that struggle with mission, but I'd be interested to know a little bit more as we take a deeper dive.
Councilmember Melton.
I was going to add a few things. Looking at the chart of all of these advisory boards and commissions, most of them were created a very long time ago. Just a few here were created in recent time. And it looks like only one of them, which is the Planning Commission, is statutory. Actually, two maybe. Design Review Commission, formerly Appearance Commission, and Planning Commission. So these other boards and commissions, I think, were created because there was a need that was identified by the council, and so they said, let's put a group of volunteers together that can help advise us relating to that topic. The two that were formed recently, since I have been on the council, were the Police Advisory Board, which I know was formed after much community debate and discussion, and then the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, which was something that Mayor Baldwin sort of wanted to do when she was elected. But what that kind of tells me is there may be a point in time where we need to assess, are these needs still there? Have they changed? I think some of these boards and commissions, as the mayor pointed out, are serving a lot of the same type of work. And so is there a more streamlined approach? And, as far as trying to find some consistency on what they do, what they need, I disagree a little because I think that the work they've been tasked with varies so much that what each board needs may not be consistent. And I think our opportunity as a council to signal to the boards and commissions about what we need from them or what we expect from them, the time for that is when we are reviewing their annual work plan. And so if we feel like there needs to be more direction or more specificity, I think we should probably spend a little more time reviewing their work plans and giving a lot more feedback. Because when those are presented to us, we almost always just say, thank you so much, move to approve, and then they go on their merry way. And so there may be a better way of doing that. And so maybe what we need to do is figure out for all these boards and commissions that are not statutory, do we still have the need? Is there any redundancy? And figure out where we want to go from there. For me, I am the liaison currently to just two boards and commissions. The arrangement I've always had with them is the chair will reach out to me if there is something that they need my help with. So whether that's something that I need to shake loose from the manager's office or if I need to bring something up at the council table during council concerns, I typically do not go to their meetings. I personally feel like the discussion that they have if a council member is present may be different than if a council member is not present, and I want to give them a little bit of space. I go if I'm invited. I know some boards and commissions, none of the ones I serve liaison to, they really prefer to have a council member there because they want that constant touch point. So I think the expectations are also different. But I would like to see us maybe just do an assessment of where we're at and does the need still exist.
Thank you. Councilmember Patton.
Yeah, I just, a thought that I'm having is like there's a way to like lump the commission itself under one of these strategic plan buckets, and then there will be some that like don't cleanly fall into one of the buckets. I mean, the mayor's committee on the chart was placed in like the ED under the ED&I strategic plan bucket, but the mayor's committee for persons with disabilities is going to want to chime in on a lot of things. They're more identity focused, right? And so that we have like these several sort of identity oriented commissions, and I think those can have a value, right? Like gathering people together who have a similar affinity or a similar set of constraints that they face when trying to navigate our city, working together to reduce those barriers can be useful. So I feel like there's one option where we try to take the commissions and lump them each underneath. I think there's a secondary option that might be worth talking through, is where we sort of flip the script on these work plans. So I think a lot of these commissions have moved into more of like an outreach orientation. They bring us their work plan and say, can we do this stuff? But they are advisory commissions to the council, and I would like to get their advice on the things that are important to us. So if we sort of templatize the work plans to say the council wants your advice on housing, transportation, public safety, the things we identified as our top priorities, and like every commission gets 6 bullet points and they get to advise on how, like, what is the mayor's committee opinion on transportation, on housing, on public safety. And so too, then would the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board provide their opinions on transportation, housing, public safety. And so they're not kind of constantly coming to us saying like, these are the events we want to plan, but actually like, here is the advice we give you to guide your policy. So I think that is a way we could reorient how we direct their work.
Councilmember Branch.
Yeah, we just had a conversation here. On the chart, you don't list the Public Arts and Design Board. Are they under the Art Commission? Because they're listed as number 15 on council appointment committees, but I think that group is under the Art Commission. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, so the Art Commission appoints the people to that board. Okay. That's what I thought, so I just make sure everyone else is aware of that as well. So we kind of appoint people to Art Commission, and then they appoint to the Public Arts and Design Board.
Yes. Councilmember Jones.
I do want to add that in the list, I think there are two missing. We just added CACs as a board, and then I don't see, and maybe if it's here, the African American Affairs Board, which was also approved last council. And I understand that it may not be up and running, but I don't want to forget those because those are added. And if this is part of the conversation where things need to be combined, I think that the direction of what is our expectations as council, whether that's I currently serve on 8 of them. And so if the direction is let me go talk to them and then we have a work session where we all come back with our information to say this is what our boards want, I think that that's a great way, but how do you guys think we should get that information back? Because I don't want to always direct staff in something that I think we could do as the liaison.
I saw your hand.
Since I've been on council, there has been a discussion. And I know this is sensitive because the folks who serve on these boards feel a lot of ownership over them. But there has been a discussion for the 2 examples that the mayor pointed out. And now I don't remember their names.
The cemeteries.
Yes, the cemeteries and historical resources. They have just been, from my understanding, the memberships of those boards resistant to merging. And I understand that we want to be considerate of folks' time who are volunteering. But these were boards that were created at council direction, not anyone who's sitting here. So at some point, I think we have to say in a very tactful and respectful way that if we believe that some merging and consolidation needs to occur, we just need to do it. And maybe we talk them through what that will look like. Maybe it's when terms start expiring. But Councilmember Harris and I were sitting over here and just sort of like pairing up boards. For example, Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, HRC, and the African American Affairs Board. There's a lot of synergies on their missions there. That's 3 separate boards. And as new needs arise, if we don't take stock of the boards and commissions we currently have and ones that were created back in the 70s, and we just keep adding new ones and new ones, we're going to run out of capacity, staff capacity, volunteer capacity, capacity for the city council. And so there may be a point in time now or sometime in the future where this council or a future council has to figure out, are they still serving our needs? Can we consolidate? Can we trim in some ways? Because that provides future capacity for new boards and commissions that councils may need. Because we just can't keep adding infinitely because it's going to get diluted and our resources are going to be strained.
If I could repeat what I hear you saying, just to sort of re-summarize, looking at the list that you have, identifying missions of each of them and potential overlaps, and opportunities to maybe begin the conversation of merging those as a council. That's sort of what I hear as proposed. So.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And that goes back to my original question to Evan about when's the last time we reviewed the role and the purpose of these boards. Because I think having that information, because based on conversation of talking to residents that have been here even before my 47 years on earth, the Human Relations Commission was started to address a lot of the issues that I think we're now trying to push into the Hispanic and Immigration Affairs Board, as well as the African American Affairs Board. So I think looking at that true purpose of boards and finding that synergy, there may be a thing where maybe they become true subcommittees of some of these boards. They're still there. They target a certain thing, but they may be a subcommittee of a different board. And that could be the same thing for our historic resources. It's the historic resources, and you have a subcommittee out of that board that may focus on cemeteries and one on museums, and then they come back. or however. So I think us having the information on the purpose and role of the boards will help us fine tune what changes and adjustments we need to bring them into the future.
So both maybe historic purpose or original purpose and current, if there's a difference.
I mean, we don't drive T-model Fords anymore, do we?
I don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to kind of add, I see a lot of natural potential synergies of different boards and commissions, but also to Councilmember Jones's point, I want to make sure that we come to any decisions with as much information as we can from the board and commission members themselves about what they see their role is, synergies that they might see. I do think we all need the work plans of every board and commission probably at our fingertips to have this discussion. I know my boards and commissions well that I've served as liaison to, so Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, Arts Commission. I also serve on the Hillsborough Street MSD, but when it comes to other groups that I haven't had that relationship to, I have much less knowledge, and so I'm not as comfortable saying or dictating, oh, well, they should partner with this other group when maybe that's not going to work. And I think we also have to recognize we're asking for a lot of leadership from our board members to be able to perhaps work together and to come together and to combine forces. So just to be aware that that will be a learning curve and it will challenge a lot of folks' work plans just because, they only have so much time to offer.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, and again, just trying to get to Councilor Jones's specifics and building off Councilor Harrison, I would think we start with the 20 council appointments only, and then you can add, and Councilor Jones, the CACs were on the additional entities, but the compassion and persons with disabilities, the mayor's committee on compassion is not even constituted right now. And my suggestion would be, I think this was an initiative of Mayor McFarland, and with all due respect, I am all for compassion, but I'm not sure I want to reconstitute that. So that, but if we can get the charters and the work plans for these 20, and that's a lot of work in and of itself, and then maybe just communicate to them that we're going through this exercise so they don't get word of mouth that somehow something's going to happen without their input. We can then come back with a plan for how to, as we look at these, maybe how to proceed. Is that enough direction?
Definitely. I think because what I hear a lot from the boards that I serve on is really just how is their voice being utilized. And I think we as a council need to define what does advice from these boards. If it's always going to be Parks Board, that's great. But if I serve on substance use and they want, and we're having a big downtown discussion, that's what happened last year. We had the downtown safety, we had the security guards that were. And once I went to substance use, they were like, why weren't we part of that discussion? And I was like, that's a fair point. I don't know. So those are the kinds of things that I think as the liaisons, our responsibility as council is to say, are we highlighting the issues where we think that these boards could have a say, could have a discussion point that we can include them in?
Thank you.
And I don't want to sound insensitive, but again, I think it's important for us to remember that these boards and commissions were created by city councils to serve a specific purpose. And so when we're looking at how to consolidate, how do we use them, I personally don't feel like we should be going to the current appointed members of these boards and being like, what do you think about merger and consolidation? What do you think about how you're, that may be helpful information to have, but the ownership of it is the city council. These were established by the city council. They're appointed by the city council. The work plan is approved by the city council. And so if we feel like that there needs to be more direction, we have to give it. We have to give it in the work plan. And it may be helpful to hear from people who are currently serving about, where areas you think you could be helpful in, but they can't operate outside their work plan. And so I think we have to do a better job when we're reviewing these work plans of giving better feedback or being more prescriptive if we want a different outcome. But I do think that the decision of whether to merge boards, create new boards, discontinue boards, that's got to come from us. And we can certainly do it with some feedback, But my experience was in the past, we tried to merge two. They didn't want to do it. We said, well, we'll back off. Like if they were created by council, they are appointed by council. Whether they continue to serve in that capacity should be a council decision.
Well, it sounds like, at least at this point, regardless of the outcome, everyone wants some of the same next information, right? Everyone wants to see charter, purpose, work plans for all the committees and boards that you can then use it to have the next conversation, whatever that might look like as a result. So I think does that sound like an okay next step?
It does, yeah.
So besides that information, is there anything else that feels like needs to be discussed today if a next step is going to be receiving the purpose and the work plans of all of those boards and commissions to continue the conversation on that?
One thing that came up in the development of the agenda was consideration for like benchmarking against peer communities. How many boards do they have? Term lengths, et cetera.
Yeah, and excuse me, we did pull some information together on that. We have it. This is what I will caution about it in my own review, is that the context of different communities are very unique. And so it's hard, it's an apples to orange comparison. It's a data point, certainly we would provide it to you. I just don't know how much value you can derive just purely looking at the numbers relative to other communities, because as you peel back the layers of the onion, you see boards that exist somewhere else that you all would probably feel like don't serve any value here because the context is very different. So that we can certainly give you those numbers, but that just be the note of caution I'd offer you just as you do that analysis on that.
And Aleda, I don't know how to capture my comment, but as we do this audit, so to speak, it would be helpful for me to know which ones are reactionary. They're responding to something specific. The Parks Board is looking at plans that are being developed that they have something to react to, versus those that are saying, kind of what can we advise the council and share them about what is the trend out there or what we're hearing. So the proactive versus reactive, I don't know if we can phrase it a different way, but that would be very helpful because I would assume that's built into their mission. The Environmental Advisory Board, is every issue related to the environment sent to them for advice, or do they kind of develop their own program about how they could be good stewards of the environment? I don't know their work plan, but I want to know those that are reacting to something specific so there's a pipeline of information going to them versus those that are saying, hey, we have this mission like historic cemeteries. I don't know what's being sent from city council to that group to deliberate however they meet. So to me, it'd be helpful to know which one are reacting to specific pipeline issues coming their way, design commission, arts commission, planning commission, versus bicycle pedestrian, versus those that are just, hey, what do you want to talk about? What's our work plan? Not being disrespectful, but it's helpful to me to know what is the purpose of their mission initially, to react or to advise.
Yeah, and it seems like that's something that, at least when they provide the material to you, there can be an initial assessment of that for you from staff.
And I just want to add that I think just within the last, since 2020, I mean, we've added 5 boards. So we, as a council, over these last 5 years, have not instituted that directive either. You know, so this is our time to go, okay, we put all this here, and yes, we need that information now, but in the last 5 years, in putting these boards together, we have not had that conversation. It's been, let's do it as a reaction, in my opinion. You know, we've done it as a reaction, and now we have to follow through and say, all right, here's the reason why we want it, here's why we want to keep it or not. And it's just the accountability of making those decisions. So I'm looking forward to, you know, the next steps.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like this might be a good opportunity in the next 6 months to employ almost everything on your list of things you want to do with your time together. So anything else you need in terms of
No, just
direction?
want to thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate the direction. I think we'll be well positioned to bring back something that could prompt some action in the not too distant future. I won't put a time on it, but I think we've heard clearly the consensus around what you'd like for next steps.
Thank you for all the work. Until Ms. Mosley, we hope she feels better.
I'm sure she's listening in, so.
So will there be a special commission to review the commission's? I move.
That's council's call. Okay, so we are going to be shifting into our last formal agenda item. And we're going to start with a video that's sort of a year in review video. This is how to sort of wrap up the retreat. So I will turn it over to your IT team to get the video started.
I know she won't give you a vote. It's going to be some costume.
All right, we're going to need Team Raleigh Acorns? No.
Acorn Avengers.
Acorn Avengers. Please stay here, please.
Oh, we're going up there.
Team Captain, please take the purple squeezy. I'm also going to have the Team Captain from Raleigh Rainbow. Please take your seats. Is that a buzzer? It is a buzzer. All right, everyone. Welcome to. Mike's not on?
Yes. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, it's on. Such a competitive group here. As you can tell, we are towards the end of our retreat. This is our fourth year doing something like this. I don't know how we're going to do it again. But I want to formally introduce your host for this afternoon for the official annual Raleigh Family Feud.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Raleigh Feud, where we get a chance to learn about the things that make this community special, and we learn to figure out what it is that our partners and stakeholders hold near and dear. I am your host, Stavina Harvey. And let's cut through the chase and let's get right to it. We have over here team.
Us over here.
Huh?
That's us.
What team? What's the name of your team? Oh, okay. Okay. The Acorn Avengers. Let's give it up for the Acorn Avengers. And over here we have Team Raleigh Rainbows. All right. These two teams will compete against each other for a coveted prize. In the early rounds, the first team to reach 200 points will get a chance to play for fast money. You know the drill. Buzz in when you've got the answer. Don't call out any answers until you are called on. And good luck. Give me Mayor Pro Tem Ford. Give me Mayor Janet Cowell for our first question. Let's get it. Let's go. Round one. Michelle, I'm going to let you in place. Technical difficulties, but we're going to make this thing work. We surveyed roughly 1,400 people that are Raleigh residents. We asked them, how do they get their information about city government? The top 4 answers are on the board. Let's go. How do you get information for city government? All right, Mayor Pro Tem Ford.
City website.
She said the city website. Survey said. Okay, that is the number one answer while they try to figure it out in the back. Do you want to play or pass? All right, it's the number one answer for 35 points. You're going to get it in a few minutes. So let's keep it going. All right, Councilmember Silver.
You call in the number for the city.
Sorry about that, Councilmember Silver.
What happened to this generation? Probably sent it.
They don't know how to communicate. All right, Councilmember Harrison.
Social media.
Social media. Ding. Social media was, there we go. Social media was number 3 for 28 points. Councilmember Patton.
Traditional media.
I need for you to expand on that.
Like the news. WRAL.
Okay, she said WRAL. Ding! Local television, 32. That was the number 2 answer. Coming back to Mayor Pro Tem, we have one answer left on the board.
I'm going to say CACs.
She said CACs. All right, Councilmember Silver, the pressure is on. You have 2 strikes, the first of which was yours. So, the pressure is on.
Newspaper.
Newspaper, so they have 3 strikes. Over here to the Acorn Avengers, you've got 5 seconds to steal. That's wrong show. Wrong show. Oh. She said church. Yeah, so y'all get the points. Team Raleigh Rainbows over here gets the point. Next time, look at the screen. They gave you the answer. It's word of mouth. All right. Michelle Millette is keeping the score, or so she says. So if you'll pass the buzzer down to the next contender. The next question. We asked. My screen ain't up. Okay, question 2. We asked 1,100 people. And the top 7 answers are on the board. What transportation or transit items should receive the most emphasis over the next 2 years? All right. Councilmember Lambert Melton.
Bikes. Bikes.
He said bikes. Ding, ding, ding. Bicycle. Did you show the whole answer?
Bike lanes.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. All right, he says bicycle lanes. That's number 6. Over here to you, Councilmember Silver.
Bus rapid transit.
He said
Bus rapid transit.
bus rapid transit. We're going to give it to them, judges. They're number 5.
Bus rapid transit routes.
Bus access. Go Raleigh bus access. All right. So you all have control of the board. What are you going to do? Play or pass?
Play.
All right. Councilmember Harrison said that real quick. She going to play.
Right.
All right.
Sidewalks.
Sidewalks. Sidewalks. Stefina Harvey said, let's roll with it. All right. Sidewalks. Availability of sidewalks. That is your number 3 answer. All right. Councilmember Patton.
Traffic calming.
Traffic calming. Ding, 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 ding. That is your number 1 answer. Traffic flow and congestion. All right. Coming back over here to Mayor Pro Tem. The what? Okay, thank you. We can talk about that a little bit later, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem Ford. All right, Councilmember Silver.
I'm going back to buses. Bus shelters.
He want to take it. Okay. Not today, right? Okay. All right. Harrison.
Trains.
She said trains. All right, we have 2 strikes on the right. Oh, I'm sorry. The Raleigh Rainbows, y'all have struck out. Okay, the Acorn Avengers, there's lots on the board.
Okay. Well, we're going with roads.
She said roads. What about the roads?
There you go.
Ding, 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 ding. Number 2 was street maintenance or street conditions. That's widening. That kind of falls in there. So,
We won.
yes, Acorn Avengers got that round. All right, number 4 was the availability of downtown parking. Can't believe you missed that one, Lambert Melton.
Trying to get rid of it.
And number 7 was walkability. All right, moving on to the next contester. Past the buzzer is Jones against Harrison. It's a head-to-head match.
I know.
We surveyed 1,000 residents, and they stated.
Cheater.
Oh, she don't. Okay, well, what's the answer?
Stop being a rebel.
Housing affordability.
What? We didn't even hear the
She.
I'm so confused. I'm paying attention to you.
Okay, so we're gonna let it slide this time. We're gonna let it slide this time, but you gotta wait till we answer the question. We surveyed 1,000 residents, and they stated that the most significant issues that Raleigh will face over the next 5 years, she said, affordable housing. Boom, the number 1 answer. Patton.
Infrastructure growth.
More specific.
Transportation infrastructure, like road.
She said transportation infrastructure. Bam, number 3. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Fort.
I'm going to say growth and development.
Growth and development. Boom, number 2. Councilmember Silver.
I'm not property taxes.
Property taxes.
At least I'm consistent.
All right, Harrison.
Thank you.
Public safety.
Public safety. Boom. All righty. We have one answer left on the board. You have one strike. Patton, can you bring it home or what?
Environmental resiliency, tree canopy.
Environmental resiliency, tree canopy. Ding, 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 ding. Environmental protection and climate change. Bam. All righty. Okay. The Acorn Avengers, you need to step your game up. Christina was really trying to follow the rules that time. Yeah, don't show the question yet to my tech crew back there. All right. The 4th question. We got a head-to-head. Oh, Lord. Branch and Patton. This could be brutal. We asked 400 residents, what are the 5 largest city departments by employee count? I think I'm going to give it to Branch.
Police.
Police. Oh, Lord. Police. Bam. Number 1 answer. All right, Mayor Cowell.
I would say parks.
Parks. Number 4.
Solid waste.
Solid waste services.
Fire.
Fire. Ding, 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 ding. Fire's number 3.
Raleigh water.
Raleigh water. Yeah, hey. Ding, 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 ding. It's up there. They having some. They having some issues back there. All right, Mayor, can you bring it home?
Transportation.
She said transportation. Boom! Clean sweep for the Acorn Avengers. Awesome sauce. Our 5 largest departments are the police, Raleigh Water, Raleigh Fire, Parks and Rec, Transportation. And you notice we're talking about full-time employees because when you add on the part-time, Parks and Rec goes to number 1.
The second seat just gets we get it wrong, Councilmember Silver.
But I'm new.
No.
Shots fired.
Let the record show that Councilmember Silver used to be the Raleigh Planning Director.
Shots fired. Okay, let's bring it back. Question number 5. As an employer, the city of Raleigh significantly invests in its employees through compensation and a diverse benefits package. We surveyed 400 employees and asked them which benefit means the most to them. All right. Over here on the Acorn Avengers, Mayor Cowell.
I would say their cash compensation.
She said cash.
Like salary, their paycheck.
But we're talking about benefits. Let me clarify. Not
okay.
compensation, the benefit piece.
Retirement.
She said retirement. Ding, 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 ding. It's number 2. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Fort. There's one up above it.
I'm going to say vacation.
She said vacation. This paid leave. Too bad it's not number 1. All right. Mayor Cowell, do you want to play or pass? They're going to play or pass. They're going to play. All right. Lambert Melton. What is the most important benefits to employees?
Health insurance.
Health insurance. Boom, bam, number one. Number one. And we're still one of the few organizations that provide health insurance at 100% free for employees. Yay. So he cheating.
Because I was plan director up there.
Because he's cheating over there. Okay, Christina Jones.
Maternity leave?
We will put that in the paid leave category. Let's give her another chance.
Oh.
Sorry. It's a kind host.
That's very nice of you. Dental insurance?
Dental? Ding, 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 ding. All right, Councilmember Branch.
Dependent care for spouse and children.
Okay, that's your first strike. Bring it. Y'all better be talking over here. Rainbows. Okay.
Okay, so I'll go with training and development.
Training and development. That's a good one, but it didn't make the 400 list. Okay, 2 strikes. Councilmember Lambert Melton, it's all on you.
What do we want? I don't know. I have to answer. So.
No, but I mean
What am I saying? Disability insurance. Life or disability insurance?
You get a double X because you can't talk. You can't talk. Y'all are individual answers right now. No, only when you're trying to. Okay, you have 3 strikes. Up here to the Raleigh Rainbows.
Hey, they're talking.
Oh, they can. They're trying to steal. She said comp time. That's a good one too, but boom, bam. Comp time's not up there. Number 3 was sick leave. Sick leave. I know they broke it out.
Okay, so did we win?
Broke it out. They broke it out.
Could we get a score? What is the score total right now?
Okay.
All right, no
Wait a minute,
pressure.
wait.
I won.
All right, come on, Raleigh Rainbows. We only got 2 questions left, so this will determine who plays for the fast money.
All right.
All right.
It's me versus Mitch.
We surveyed 25 people in the hallway. Top 5 answers on the board. As you know, the question we asked, as you know, Janet Cowell is our current mayor. Name a former mayor and the top 5. It came from over here. That's right. Top 5 answers are Councilmember Silver.
Charles Meeker.
He finally answered one. Charles Meeker. Charles Meeker. You can't tell over there.
Oh, we can't help. Nancy McFarland.
Nancy McFarland. Ding, 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 ding. Number 2. All right, we got Nancy McFarland and Charles Meeker. So you want to play or pass?
Play.
Wait, there's 3 more though. Can they name 3?
Yeah, no. We don't want to give them a chance.
All right, go ahead.
Trust me, we're good.
We're gonna play. We're gonna play.
Okay, all right. Right. Look, we were running.
We're playing.
They playing. We were running around the halls trying to get the answers. We couldn't ask it, too many more people. All right, Councilmember Jones.
Marianne Baldwin.
Marianne Baldwin. Bam, number 1.
Paul Coble.
All right, hold on. Councilmember Branch, Paul Coble. All right. The Acorn Avengers over here going at it. We only have 1 left on the board.
Tom Fetzer.
Tom Fetzer.
Okay, yeah.
I done blew my
Leitner.
He said Clarence Leitner. Ding, ling, 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 ding. All right, this will determine Who goes on for fast money?
No, we already won. We were up 2. There's only one question left. It's over.
Work with me. Work with me. Work with me.
This is for all or nothing. All or
Mathematically.
nothing. We're doubling down.
She said this is love and basketball.
No.
All or nothing.
The city believes in equity, so we believe in fairness. So it is even.
Okay. All right, pass the buzzer on.
Speed round?
We got one more question.
Don't cheat, Jane. Don't cheat.
We won it.
Did they win?
Even if they get it, they can't beat us.
Well, let's just go through the benefit of the question. Let's
Yeah.
just go through.
Double down. We're
take
betting
the time to
everything.
Make the questions, put them together. All right, question number 7. We surveyed 500 folks. The top 4 answers on the board. And the question is, the city of Raleigh consistently appears on multiple best of the best lists. Please complete this sentence. Raleigh is the best place to
Play.
Councilmember Harrison said play. All right, Councilmember Jones.
Live.
She said live. Ding, 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 ding. That's the number 1 answer. Are y'all going to play or pass?
Play.
Okay, they're going to play. You try, girl. You beat them first. You did good. You did good. You did good.
Work for business.
Say what now?
Work, business.
Okay. Hey, number 3. Ding, ding, ding. Start a business.
Raise a family.
All right. The mayor said raise a family. Ding, 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 ding. There's one answer left on
Retire.
the board. No strike. Lambert Mel said retire. Boom, bam.
Oh, nice.
So, to the Raleigh Rainbows, we love you with all
I demand a recount.
Take it to court.
60,000 votes. 60,000 votes. So, oh, Lord. So, as your consolation gift, we're so glad y'all came out today. You all will get 2 tickets, a season pass tickets to the shows at the Coastal Federal Credit Union concert series for 2025. Let's give it up for the Raleigh Rainbows. Don't leave, don't leave. All right, now we need 2 people for fast money.
Can't do it, nope.
2 people who we gonna try to see if they can bring it home. You got to get 150 points.
Institutional knowledge.
We need 150 points for you to get the fast money and become the champion.
Do I need to leave the room?
Oh yeah, who's gonna go next? You got to get out. Okie dokie. Go get him, Mayor Pro Tem. You regulate.
If someone could go make sure that Councilmember Branch is safe in the hallway, that would be.
Okay, as I call out these questions, Mayor, you only give me what you think is the number 1 answer, hopefully, so that you can accumulate 150 points and you all will get the fast money purse. Number 1, as we all know, public safety is important to the overall health of a community. When asked which departments make up public safety job family, what do you think city staffers said?
Well, I mean, the police.
Okay, police. Question 2. The city is made up of 21 departments and 4 offices. What are the names of the offices?
21 departments and 4 offices.
Just one of the offices.
Okay, yes, strategy and innovation.
Okay, strategy and innovation. The city has many parks. We asked PRC, our staff members, to name the top 4 performing or highly visible parks in the system. And what are they?
Dix Park.
Dix Park. She's a little biased in that. And last question. We surveyed 1,400 residents, and they stated that the 3 issues that should be at the top of community conversations over the next 2 to 3 years are
housing.
Okay. Boom, boom, bam. Y'all got the answers? All righty. So let's go back and check. She said when we know public safety is comprised of 3 departments, which one did she name? She said police. Police was the number 1 answer. Yes. 48 points. Number 2, the city is made up of 21 departments and 4 offices. She said strategy and innovation. 20 points. Clap.
Yeah, all right. You want to get to 150, right? Corey gets the answer too. All right, yeah.
The city has many parks, and park staff members said the highest performing and utilized parks in the system. She said Dix, 28 points. And then lastly, we surveyed residents, and they stated that the 3 issues that should be at the top of most community conversations over the next 2 to 3 years, she said affordable housing. Bam, the number 1 answer. So, how many points? You can stay. You can stay. Michelle, how many points is that? Oh, Lord. I got to tell him how many he needs. We got to put... No, he doesn't. She got 146.
We need 4 points.
We need 4 points.
Come on, Corey, you can do it.
Come on, Corey.
Oh, we need 4 points?
We only need 4 points. Mayor Cowell brought it home.
That's why
and all we need you to do is clean up.
That's why I had to go first.
4 points.
Okay.
And she's a newcomer to the game.
Do I get to see the previous answers? Or?
No, you do not.
This side.
All right, let's roll. As we all know, public safety is important to the overall health of a community. When we asked what departments make up the public safety job family, what did most people say?
Repeat the question, please.
Bruh, public safety is important to the health of the community.
Fire, police.
1 answer, please. Yeah, we're going to tell him you can't say that.
ECC.
1
Emergency
answer.
Communication. ECC, Emergency Communication Center.
Okay, Emergency Communication Center. All right, number 2, what transportation or transit that's not the question. The city is made up of 21 departments and 4 offices. What are the names of one of the offices?
Office of Community Engagement.
Okay, Office of Community Engagement. All right, don't say that. Don't say that. The city has many parks. We asked PRCR staff to name the top 4 performing or highly visible parks in our park system. If you don't say this,
Dix.
Dix has already been said. Time
Chavis.
for it now. Chavis. Last question. We surveyed over 1,000 residents, and the top 3 issues that we should be focused on as a community over the next 2 to 3 years.
Traffic.
Traffic. All right. All right, let's see what we got. We only need 4 points. As you know, public safety is important to the overall health of a community. The mayor said police. Councilmember Branch said ECC. Boom, 12, you got it. So they won. So let's just, for good juju, let's go through the rest of them. The city is made up of 21 departments and 4 offices. The mayor said strategy and innovation. You said community engagement. That changed to a department on January 1. Oh, I'm sorry. The other answer was sustainability, number 1, special events, number 2, and internal audit, number 4. The city has many parks. We asked park staff members to name the top 4 performing. You said Chavis. Chavis was the number 1 answer. Dix was second. Pullen was third. Followed up real closely, according to the director, Millbrook Exchange.
That makes sense.
And the last one was, we surveyed over 1,000 residents, and they stated the top 3 issues that we should be talking about as a leadership team over the next 2 to 3 years. The mayor said affordable housing. You said traffic, transportation, boom, is number 3. And in the middle was managing growth. Let's give it up for the Acorn Avengers. So our Acorn Avengers over here not only wins the pair of season tickets and parking to Coastal Federal Credit Union for the whole concert series, they also win another entertainment package. They get tickets to North Carolina State game, tickets to Carolina Hurricane games, and most importantly, bragging rights. So let's give it up for the Acorn Avengers. And so now I'm going to take this ridiculous mustache off and get into the formal comments before we conclude, because Councilmember Silver said he's going to be here till 4. He don't care what y'all do. Thank you.
I play taboo.
And I am hot as fire.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
So typically, or I started this, y'all know Ruffin was a little bit too uptight. He would have never done anything like this. And most times I'm uptight too. But we started trying to wrap up the retreat each year with some type of theme, some type of fun. We've done the first year was Olivia Pope, right? I rolled in on the tails end of everything that happened in 2020, and I was the Olivia Pope without the scandal, of course. And I had the jacket, so it just kind of worked, right? The second year, it was the Wild Kingdom. And some of you all are too young to even know what that is, but for those of us that grew up watching lions and tigers and bears run all over the place, that was the year we experienced wild coyotes, zebra cobra snake, the black bear at Rex Hospital, feral cats, all the things. We did that year. And then the third year was Flight 2023. Remember, we took us on a flight. We were out at state property out off of Edwards Mill Road. And then last year, it was the Raleighs. We had the Raleigh Awards show where we acknowledged employees for the great work that was done in their departments throughout the year. And this year, it's the Raleigh Family Feud. So this was the first time we engaged council. I will say it was amazing. So to the audience, let's give our council a round of applause. And so, as we get ready to conclude, and you all have the opportunity to wrap up, and Councilmember Harrison, not to call her out, gets out of here. As we jump into 2025, I am reminded of the amazing work that our team performed last year. You can see many of the efforts on the accomplishment page as it scrolled before I came into the room. Additionally, we continued our commitment to housing affordability, housing choice, and homelessness prevention through our Bringing Neighbors Home program. It has been exciting to see the progress on the new City Hall Tower. It is on schedule and right now on budget, and hopefully it stays that way. We will soon be able to collaborate in that space more efficiently, and we will be able to welcome the public into the community's house, because truly that's what City Hall is. While we weren't physically impacted with the most recent hurricanes, I am extremely proud and impressed of the level of support that our employees provided to our friends in the western part of the state. We made steady investments in our employees through additional leave days, merit increases, additional service recognition, and we budgeted resources to fund a comprehensive classification and compensation system review to ensure that we remain competitive in the labor market. We solidified our commitment to fiscal stewardship by maintaining our AAA bond rating, which ensures our ability to manage financial transactions efficiently and borrow at the best rates. We work to increase our respect for the environment through policy and action. We received multiple grants totaling millions of dollars across many departments: transportation, sustainability, housing, police, fire, strategy and innovation, just to name a few. We worked with our partners to ensure that quality of life amenities were enhanced, protected, or preserved, including the Martin Marietta Center for the Performing Arts, the Raleigh Museum, Carolina Hurricanes at the Lenovo Center, Top Green, and RCC, the Raleigh Convention Center. We elevated our engagement game through hundreds of touch points with many in the community, on a myriad of topics, yet there is still work to do to ensure that everyone feels heard, seen, and included. We decreased citywide and departmental vacancy rates. This is probably one of the things that I'm most proud of the team. I pushed, I challenged, and they rose to the challenge and delivered. As of this morning, the citywide vacancy rate is 11.5. Give yourselves a round of applause, department. And of that, RPD currently has 85 members in their respective recruit classes. And after this summer, hopefully it is the chief's wish, the plan that we have designed by the summer with the second recruit class in 2025, that vacancy rate, which is right now sitting at 52, will be 0. That is unheard of. And in addition to that, with what we've got going on in the fire department, if you take the promotional opportunities mixed with the promotional opportunities in RPD, at the middle point of this year, the city's vacancy rate will be 7.3. That is amazing. It is pre-pandemic levels, and it still shows that we are an employer of choice and people want to work for us. So again, let's give yourselves a round of applause. We still continue to get hundreds of applications for both police and fire recruit classes, which lead me to believe that there really isn't a recruitment issue in public safety on most days. As I said yesterday, it was stated that we had about 100 vacancies. We verified we have 52 in RPD, and again in July of this year, that should be 0. We maintain a 98 to 100% clearance rate of the homicides committed in Raleigh consistently throughout the year. There is not another urban city in this country that has such an amazing rate of clearance as the Raleigh Police Department. Let's give them a round of applause. We built or supported the building of 1,363 units through gap financing, home repair programs, home buyer assistance, partnerships, land acquisitions, and policies and regulations. Yet there's a great deal of work to do to chisel away at the housing crisis that we are currently in. We enhanced our technology game as a force multiplier to enhance public safety efforts. This has paid dividends because it has allowed us to zero in on areas where we might not be able to place officers. And although we did all of that amazing work, there is still work to be done to stay on the best of the best list. And in order to influence or increase the production of affordable units, understanding that market rate production impacts affordable unit production, continue our investments in public safety to ensure that we have the city where people want to live, work, play, learn, retire, and invest in. Those are the things that we hold near and dear to our motivation every single day. Lastly, I will close with this. You will notice that I started each statement with we. I am thankful and grateful for each of you in this room. I am blessed to do this rewarding work alongside some of the most amazing public servants that I've had the opportunity to work with in my 31 and a half years of public service. You all are people who love this organization, who love this city, and want the best for everybody that comes into our doors. And thank you for pushing us and motivating us. And yeah, we're on the top of the top list, but guess what? You got to work hard to stay there. So we're not going to rest on our laurels because we are the best with bragging rights right now. If you notice, Charlotte wasn't even in the picture. That's kind of a thing. You know, Charlotte and Raleigh always go back and forth. Right now, we're winning the darn game, and I'll be able to tell that to Marcus in his face next month. As you can tell, I'm a little aggressive with that. Again, I am blessed to do this work with each of you, and it is not about me, it is about we, and I love each of you all, and thank you all for being fully engaged. The management team sat here for 2 days. Not everybody participated, but you were here and fully engaged in your own respective ways, so hats off to you. So I really need to sit down because I'm about to melt away with all these clothes I have on to keep my husband's suit from falling off of me. I'm like layered up, and I am hot. So again, thank you.
Thank you. I feel like I'm getting some feedback. Yes. The answer is yes. I almost made it to the end of the retreat without any feedback on my mic. Couldn't end without it. We are about to wrap up, and I think that it's a testament to you all that you were able to get through some really important conversations, give some really good direction to staff that you're going to, I think, see in the next couple months to help you keep making some decisions and still give yourselves an early exit. I think that I know you could stay until 4 if you'd like to, but we are really about to wrap up. And so I think what I would just love to hear from each of you is something that surprised you from today or yesterday about an interaction you had with one of your colleagues. I think I've been really impressed with the dynamic of you all today at the table and the progress that you made on some discussions, and would hope you all are as well. So I'd be curious to hear just a little reflection from each of you on something that may have surprised you. Not to put anyone specifically on the spot. If you feel ready to speak, go ahead.
I wouldn't say it's really a surprise. I felt it was always there, but I think it was just glad to see us working, talking, being disagreeing but not being disagreeable. Because the ultimate goal is how can we better improve the community? What can we do to help the people that want the help and need the help? And I think, we still have some heavy lifts to make and a lot of work to do, but I think, it's good to come, let our hair down a little bit, laugh and joke, because I'll be honest with you, that's something that's been missing from this council as a whole for a number of years. I'll probably say about at least 6 years of the years I've been on council, and it's good to just see us laughing and ready to work together.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Fort and I have been here for 5 years, and so I guess we have not brought enough fun to council.
It's not you two, because you're here and you're having fun.
No, I just teasing. No, I agree. I like that we're able to have conversations in those obvious areas of disagreement, but we could disagree agreeably, and that leads to better results. It's really hard putting yourself out there on any topic. The retreats are always opportunities to deep dive on topics, and so there are certain pressures from the community and constituents and how words may be construed, and I think everyone was very transparent and honest in their feelings, and I think it's going to get us to a better outcome. So I'm glad everyone felt free in the space to share, and I think a lot of that was the facilitation too, so thank you.
Yeah, this is not your first time facilitating our retreat, and both times I think you've done a really nice job of leading us through some challenging conversations to get to outcomes, so thank you for that. I think one thing I appreciated in the conversation is that there's no right answer to many of these challenges we face. There's only options and trade-offs, and I think I saw a lot of acknowledgement of that and appreciate that as being a way of orienting our work.
The words diversity, equity, inclusion are always lumped together as EDI, which I always am troubled with because it becomes an ideology. But I want to pull out the word diversity, which means the value of different perspectives, not white, black, not straight, gay. It's about the value of different perspectives. What I appreciate about this conversation today is we heard those different perspectives, and that conversation can only produce better outcomes. We all come in with our own perspective, and I'm open to learning, to hearing those other perspectives, and this council and the city could only benefit from having that open conversation to hear those different perspectives, so hopefully we can collectively get to the right decision that's for the best for the city, the best for our residents, and the best for our businesses.
Thank you.
I will say Stevina was definitely a surprise. I appreciate the gusto with which you're taking on the role. And then I would say for me it was nice to get to see so many
department heads, like the, folks that are, we've interacted a lot with the assistant city managers, which is great, but to get to see, right, all the folks on the panels, Imola and others that we haven't gotten to see. So again, not really a surprise, but just an appreciation of all the work that's happening at multiple layers, all pulling together to make the city run.
Absolutely. Councilmember Harrison.
Yeah, I just want to thank our department heads, our ACMs, for making sure we had such a wonderful event that was planned, but also taking care of all the regular things that are absolutely essential to the city throughout the week. It was a challenging time from a public safety standpoint in my district, and I just have such huge respect and thanks for Raleigh Police Department, to your team, Rico, and everything that happened this week, the way that folks put themselves out there and a selflessness and a courage that, it just speaks volume to what this community is, and I'm really deeply appreciative.
Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, I'm surprised that the Acorn Avengers beat us. I still want my recount. Yeah, I'm not sure that was a solid win, but we're gonna, I'm just playing. But one thing I do appreciate that's a little bit different is that we're having this retreat in this particular space. We did just pass a parks bond, was pretty substantial, but giving the community an opportunity to see one of our parks or spaces that's historically underutilized and not necessarily having a lot of resources. So to be here, people kind of see what it's like, and then can kind of track the renovations that are going to actually happen out here to see what it's going to be like in the future. I think is very important. I would echo the sentiments of some of my other colleagues. It was great to be in a space where we could have difficult and challenging conversations, but it was not contentious as it has been in the past, which I think was really, really great. And then even being able to have side conversations. I think Councilmember Jones and I talked a lot kind of offline about different things, and so it was a great opportunity for us to just kind of hear some different perspectives from each other about some different issues, and so it was great to have that time with her. So I think it's good.
Thank you.
Ditto. I love sitting next to you. I would like to say that what I appreciated the most was in our conversations that I really felt we were uplifting community voices that we've heard, and it was less about us and our opinions of it, but how we're reflecting and amplifying voices of the community. And so I really hope that those watching really feel empowered and excited that you have a council who's here to serve. And we want to make sure that that the concerns you feel and the happy stuff that you guys, we have a residency that loves our city, and we want to make sure that we amplify all that. So I've really appreciated your work, staff's work. This has been my favorite retreat so far. So thank you guys so much for all of the work.
Your staff did a great job. Well, with that, some closing remarks. I know, I think Emma mentioned that there's an investment being made from the housing bond nearby. I don't know if there's anything yet to see, but since there's some time, we didn't have a tour this retreat, but
it's not 4 o'clock yet.
Well, we're not collectively doing it.
You're going to be here by yourself.
They're still working on the foundation.
The rest of us are leaving.
Yeah, they're still working on the foundation.
But just to kind of take that. Yeah. Okay. Since you said being in this location, there's also that investment going on, which might be notable. And I just encourage you all to continue when you're having these conversations, explaining your reasoning and your intent behind your comments, because I think that is the way that you find agreement on things. So, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.